I'd like to reconvene the meeting and call this meeting to order for the City Council meeting of June 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Cordero?
Here.
Councilmember Moats? Here. Councilmember Soto?
Here.
Councilmember Waterfield? Here. And Madam Mayor Patino?
Here. City Attorney, Mr. Watson, could you please give the closed session report?
Yes, with respect to the existing litigation as outlined, Robert Prescott versus City of Santa Maria, on a unanimous vote, there was a determination to enter into settlement on the terms and conditions as described.
Thank you. And we have one proclamation this evening, and I am very pleased to be reading this proclamation to Juan and Patricia Torres. Somebody asked me this morning how long they had been here, and I said, I think about 3 years. Well, they came in 2014, so I was off a couple of years. But they've been so instrumental in things we've done in our city. Whereas the Salvation Army, an international movement, is an evangelical part of the Universal Christian Church. Its message is based on the Bible, its ministry motivated by the love of God. And whereas the Salvation Army's mission is to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and to meet human needs in his name without discrimination, its motto of heart to God, hand to man is put into every action every day as they change lives and transform their communities. Whereas Salvation Army programs are led by Salvation Army officers. These officers are responsible to lead by assessing needs, delivering programs, and directing ministries for the local community. From serving food to balancing the books, they function as the executive directors and the pastors for the Santa Maria Corps. And whereas Captains Juan and Patricia Torres obtained their positions at the Salvation Army in Santa Maria in June 2014 and have been an integral contributor to the Santa Maria community ever since. Whereas it has been heard throughout the Santa Maria community that Captains Juan and Patricia are very wonderful people, have the most gracious, humble hearts, and always work unwaveringly to help the community. And whereas Captains Juan and Patricia will be leaving Santa Maria at the end of June 2020, and our amazing team that will be greatly missed. Now therefore, I, Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby recognize Salvation Army Captains Juan and Patricia Torres for their leadership, contributions, positive influence, and acting as a positive role model to everyone that they are with and will be greatly missed. And witness thereof, I hereto have set my hand and have caused the seal of the City of Santa Maria to be affixed the 16th day of June, 2020. And we're just all going to miss them. They always bring the lunches for Serve Santa Maria when we do that, and they're always around. They're always around. Every place you go, they're there. So thank you very much. And they are unable to be here tonight, but this proclamation will be delivered to them. The next item on the agenda is the public comment period. Madam Clerk, could you please read the criteria for the public comment portion of the agenda?
This time is reserved to accept comments from the public on consent agenda items, closed session items, or matters not otherwise scheduled on the printed agenda. Unless otherwise directed by the mayor, speakers will have 3 minutes to comment. Direction to staff may be given. However, state law does not allow action to be taken on matters not on the printed agenda. Madam Mayor, we do have one written correspondence from Sarah McDonald stating she is observing the meeting as a member of the Observer Corps with the League of Women Voters. And we have Gail McNeely on the line.
Okay. Mr. McNeely, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I speak to you tonight from the heart about a city I've known since 1977, when there were only 37,000 residents. It's sad to see you still lead us as if it were 1977. We are now a multicultural city with 75% non-Anglo population. 70% are Latino. Most of them do not feel welcome in your chambers because there is no simultaneous translation. I have walked the council districts of Santa Maria for over a month, asking people for their input on you as leaders. Except in District 3, the responses have been 90% negative. They ask, Where was our mayor during COVID-19? Where is my council person, or who is my council person? Or I write the council and no one answers. City council is a gated community surrounded by cordons of police, afraid of all of us on the outside who are left out of decisions the city makes by complete lack of transparency. The protesters outside City Council tonight are proof that people feel they are not being heard and their hopes and dreams for their lives don't matter to those they have elected. None know that more, none even know that there is a Zoom meeting tonight. I'm afraid some of you want it that way. You know what's best for the city, and the public input just makes your jobs harder. It was true when you had your doors open. You didn't listen to those who own manufactured homes. You don't listen to people terrorized by fireworks. You don't listen to the youth who wanted to contribute to the mayor's task force on youth violence. Most of the time, you just don't listen. You give raises to employees without citizen input. You hire city managers, police chiefs, and lawyers without citizen input. And you give sweetheart deals to the developers. Mayor, you give your State of the City address at a country club to the Chamber of Commerce. Do you see the disconnect here? Who are your constituents? They are not us. Your constituents are CoLab, the Chamber of Commerce, the developers, agribusiness, the police, and fire. When will you start representing the people of Santa Maria? If you cannot do that, you should stand down. You should not run for mayor again. No councilman who does not listen to the people should run again. You need to let younger voices speak. You need to let younger people lead. You have done a terrible job, in my opinion, and it's time for you to stand down. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I believe we have one more speaker on the line. Mr. Ashmore, would you like to speak now or wait until the budget?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. When is the most appropriate time for me to speak? Would that be now or closer to the budget?
Are you speaking on the budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it would be during that item then.
Okay.
All right.
I'll patiently wait.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any written comments?
That's the end of our
That's it?
speakers, yeah.
Okay. Before we move on, Mr. Stillwell, did you wish to make any comment? Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar, Madam Clerk, could you please read item number 3?
The following routine items are presented for City Council approval without discussion as a single agenda item in order to expedite the meeting. The consent calendar is approved by roll call vote with one motion, and these items are discussed only on request of council members.
Does anyone have items they wish to pull for discussion?
I do, Madam Mayor. Item 3N, please.
3 what?
N.
N, okay.
N. Just for
What- 1 minute.
clarification.
Anyone else have items to pull? No? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Soto.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question regarding this item, well, first I want to say I'm so excited to see that this is going to, this is a program that's going to continue, the Youth Adventure Bus Pass. And so my question is that right now, given COVID-19 and given the fact that we have, we waived all bus fares, will this go into effect once we start charging again for the bus use?
Yes, the $40,000 will be allocated for youth bus passes, and Rec and Parks will begin distributing them as normal once fares, if fares are returned to the bus.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you.
If there are no other items to discuss, I'd like to go ahead and
Sure.
make a motion to approve the consent calendar
Okay.
as submitted.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any other comments, discussions? Having heard the motion, the second, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
And Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Next, we have a public hearing. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will hear protests related to the 2020-2021 annual assessments for the city's 4 landscape maintenance districts.
Mr. Posada.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we are presenting to you our landscape maintenance district assessment resolutions that confirm the new assessments for the upcoming year. We were presented the engineer's report at the June 2nd meeting. It detailed a 3% increase to the current assessment levels. It is in keeping with the CPI for the area. The intent of tonight's agenda is for council to conduct a public hearing and then confirm the assessments as presented to the council on June 2nd. The authorization for these new assessment amounts will be placed on the 2021 Santa Barbara County property tax rolls. The deadline for that is July the 24th. Tonight's public hearing on the proposed assessment meets the statutory requirements in state law. An annual public hearing on the subject of landscape maintenance districts is required. Our CPI, again, is based on the urban Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange County areas for the 12-month period ending on December 31st, 2019, and that was at 3%. The landscape districts generate about $4.1 million in revenue, specifically to finance for the care and maintenance of landscaping throughout the city. The districts have been facing some physical challenges over the years. As the landscaping areas grow older, aging plants, trees, shrubs require replacement and additional maintenance. They cause damage to public infrastructure like sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. Those costs are not reflected in the assessments we're presenting to you tonight. We do plan on working on a plan over the next year to come up with a new assessment formula. We're going to be working with some consultants. So for your next assessment, we'll be bringing you a different package of information. But at this point, that concludes my staff report. There are 4 resolutions for your consideration in your packet.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Posada?
I do. I have a question. I get calls from neighbors and businesses in regards to trees and, the sidewalks and the whole thing. When you guys come out to replace a tree, does it come out of the landscape fund?
Some do. It kind of depends on where you are. The districts came in to being in the 1980s, so any development prior to the 1980s would probably be a general fund matter, either working with us or with Public Works to figure out a way to make the repairs or remove the tree or replant a tree, whatever
Or
it
the
is.
sewer, or whatever needs to be done.
Right,
Yeah.
and then those are handled through the claim process.
Okay.
Damage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Posada? Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak or written comments?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, I'll bring this back to the council. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to ask, Mr. Watson, do I do each one of these resolutions separately, or can I make a motion for it all together?
Because they're independent districts, I think the individuals would be a better choice.
Okay, I will do that. Then, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment rates for the South Miller Street, South College Drive Landscape Maintenance Assessment District, number DS6, and its associated special benefit zones for fiscal year 2020 to 21.
I have a motion and a second, and I'm not going to reread it, but to adopt the resolution on benefit zones. District DS6. Any comments or questions? Discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats? Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero? And Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution confirming the diagram and assessment rates for the Northwest Landscape Maintenance Assessment District, number DS9, and its associated special benefit zones for fiscal year 2020 to 21.
It's been moved in second to approve Maintenance District Assessment Number DS9. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Moats. Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
And Madam Mayor Patino.
Aye.
Madam Mayor, again, adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment rates for the Northeast Landscape Maintenance Assessment District, number DS10, and its associated special benefit zones for fiscal year 2020 to 21.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the Management Assessment District DS10. Any questions or further comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Moats. Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
And Madam Mayor Patino.
Aye.
And lastly, Madam Mayor, make a motion to adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment rates for the Southwest Landscape Maintenance Assessment District number DS11 and its associated special benefit zones for fiscal year 2020 to 21.
It's been moved and second to adopt the Southwest Landscape Maintenance District Assessment District DS11. Any questions or discussions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Waterfield.
Aye.
Councilmember Moats. Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero. And Madam Mayor Patino.
Aye. Next, we have another public hearing. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
The City Council will consider the proposed 2020-22 city budget.
Okay, and the staff report was be made by City Manager and Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So tonight we present to you the recommended 2020-2022 city budget. It's balanced as required by law, but attaining a balanced budget required significant impacts. While this budget will allow the city to continue to provide important services and functions, the budget includes necessary service level reductions across the board. No one's excited about the cuts required in this budget, but it does allow us to have a legally required balanced budget in place ahead of the start of the fiscal year. It's a very difficult budget with reductions throughout the city. I commend the departments for identifying the reductions. They don't like the reductions. They don't like to see the impacts they will have. But we have professional staff who worked long hours. They were disrupted by the COVID pandemic to provide the City Council with this recommended budget today. I want to thank the staff for persevering in developing a budget that is likely the most difficult budget production most will face in their careers. When we started preparing the budget, we had fiscal challenges, but they exponentially grew due to the COVID pandemic, as you will hear. We're slated to spend $10 million more in revenue than we have, and with that $10 million infusion, we only foresaw layoffs for a year. We saw how quickly everything changed last March with the COVID shutdown, and we'll closely monitor the budget going forward, working to get our economy going and foresaw additional cuts. City Council will be making adjustments to this budget as we move forward. And one thing is clear is that we're in a very volatile economy while our residents and businesses require services now more than ever. No industry will be the same after COVID-19 and no business survives over the long term if it can't reinvent itself. These are a lot of challenges. However, that being said, our biggest challenge is not the economy, as devastating as it is, but the rising pension costs. The economy is unpredictable. It could be improving, it could get much worse, but sharply increasing pension costs are certain. As you heard from our actuary on May 19th of this year, pension costs will pull millions of dollars out of our budget for years to come, dollars that would be able to be used to hire staff and provide services. While we continue to hope for an economic recovery or government bailout, there is a three-part strategy we need to keep focused on to avoid the budget from getting even worse in future years. First, we have to examine all revenue options, whether fees, taxes, or charges. No new local taxes are now planned, and staff is preparing a comprehensive fee study to bring to the City Council later this year to examine city fees and for the City Council to update fees as appropriate. Second, we need to reduce services and staffing. We're providing more programs and services than we can afford over the coming years with a higher employee count than we can sustain. The City Council will need to determine which programs or services the city will no longer be able to provide. And third, we need to reduce costs for services. We need to work with our labor groups to reduce personnel costs, and we need to continue to be sure we are purchasing only the services, supplies, and capital projects that we need at the lowest prices we can get. Staying focused on these three areas, revenue, service reduction, and cost reduction, are not short-term fixes, but will take diligence and are required to assure Santa Maria remains fiscally strong city going forward. We're fortunate that prior city councils created the Economic Reserve and the Leaf Reserve that are now proving invaluable, and we are fortunate voters passed Measure U, which allows us to maintain services which would otherwise be devastated. We'll now walk you through the information in the provided budget, and then we will be able to address any questions of the city council, receive public comment, have council deliberation or direction to staff, and adopt the budget resolution. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, I'm clicking. Might have a battery issue, but. Yeah, we can walk through them, sure. It's going about 1 every 4 clicks, but yeah, next slide. So for the topics of discussion, what's in the budget, or what I'll summarize, what's in the budget, we'll have an overview of the economic factors, general fund trends, the proposed budgets, both in the general fund and in all operating funds, proposed staffing, the capital projects that are included in the budget, future issues, and then we'll have the public comment period and budget adoption. And next slide, Beth. So, oh, new clicker? All right. Okay, thanks. So the 2021 budget has proposed appropriations for all funds of $265 million and for all operating funds of $217 million. The proposed appropriations in the general fund is $91 million. And we can jump to the economic outlook. And as I indicated, the pandemic caused a sudden U.S. economic shutdown, which resulted in severe revenue losses. Our economy is a consumer-driven economy, primarily generating sales tax and transient occupancy tax or hotel taxes. And when the economy was shut down, those revenues were severely curtailed. Unemployment is extremely high, and so that'll then drag down our consumer economy as folks who are unemployed or otherwise economically uncertain will likely shop less and spend less. And we are working with recovery and reopening. We're in the early stages of reopening and recovery, and we're uncertain at this point how long it'll take. We are cautiously optimistic that our economy can reopen and people will be able to stay healthy and resume some of their life that they were able to have before this COVID update or COVID pandemic. And as I mentioned, we face steep pension costs over the next 6 years. Yeah. Sure, I'll get to that. Yep. So as you look, this chart's in your budget. It includes our 5 primary revenues. And really what it indicates is that on the original COVID projection, we were looking at originally for this year, we were looking at $70 million of revenue. We're expecting now $66.5 million, so a loss just in this current fiscal year, 2019-2020, of $3.7 million of revenue unexpectedly. And I know the city's a type of business with long-term contracts and employment agreements that we're not able to just cut costs to meet our revenue when it drops that quickly. And other businesses might be able to make quick adjustments, the cities can't. So we're faced then with this $3.7 million loss of revenue, for the most part directly coming out of reserves that the city council has set aside in prior years. And then going forward in 2021 and fiscal year 2020 and 2021, and then 2021 and 22, we similarly have, you could see our revenue projections drop based on our early projections in February versus where we are now with the COVID impact. So we're looking at a loss of revenue of $6.6 million next fiscal year and $4.3 million the year after as the economy begins to ramp up. And again, it's though we are relying on HDL data and as they presented to you in May. They're experts on sales tax in the state, and they're obviously uncertain, or not obviously, they said they were uncertain of the sales tax volatility and the sales tax rebound going forward, just because this is an unusual situation, not a typical recession. And so the impacts on the general fund, so before COVID, we were looking at a structural deficit of $929,000. And so that's primarily resulting from growing pension costs and expenditure costs. Our revenues were doing well up until February. And so we thought that was a manageable target for us to be able to close, a manageable gap for us to be able to close. And now the gap we're looking at today is about $4.4 million, again, primarily as a result of revenue decline. And so the general fund trends, a couple notes here, or points of note, is one, in years past, we've been fortunate to be able to count on non-hydrocarbon impacted soils, NHIS. And those are dirt that is dirty but not polluted to be able to come to our landfill. And so we've been able to generate revenue by taking that soil, and it's a volatile revenue as well, where when there is remediation occurring in the region, we benefit from being a site where that dirt can be delivered. And so you see in 2014, 2015, the magenta bars are the revenue, and you can see in that year we had more revenue than expenditure. But other than that, the trend is really just growing expenditures slightly more than revenue each year. And then with this revenue drop we're looking at in this year and the next 2 years, you could see really where the expenditures quickly outstrip the revenue projections. And as we look at our 5-year forecast, you can see that the gaps continue to widen there. So it's important to keep in mind that the more we work today to close that gap, the less the gap will be in the future, and the inverse is true as well. If we aren't able to close the gap today, it just becomes a lot wider in the future. And again, I mentioned growing average costs of personnel, and we've seen in 2016, 2018 on the left, you have the cost of the miscellaneous group in green, the firefighters in red, and the police in blue, and those costs grow going forward. And you know, with about 70% of our budget being personnel, that's a big impact on our budget going forward. And we are, again, fortunate to have a strong economy when the economy is open and working, and we're fortunate to have the support of the community with revenues. And but you know, we'd also have expenditures that continue to grow, and it's quite a challenge to be able to close the gap when we're in a pandemic with an economic recession. So as a result, with not being able to quickly reduce expenditures and with the quick drop in revenue, the result is a decrease of our reserves. So we're using reserves to maintain services for a couple reasons. One is the hope that this economy turned off quickly, maybe it'll turn back on quickly. And then second, we value our employees and want to be able to maintain employees here in the hope that the economy does rebound. It's foolhardy, we think, to lay off employees and then rehire employees a short time later if the economy rebounds. So we are using the LEAF reserve. At its peak, it was $11.7 million, and this is money that's been saved up over years with when revenue comes in a little higher than expenditures. When the expenditures aren't spent to the level appropriated, we're able to set aside money in this local economic augmentation fund. And it has come in handy in years past to be able to balance out our budget as we've had to use it for our structural deficit, which means our expenses are naturally growing faster than our revenues. But then here with this drop-off, we've been fortunate to use it to help bridge the financial gap we're now facing. And so we're projecting to use a big chunk of the LEAF here in this current year, and all but 300,000 of it in the next year, and then we'll use the remaining amount of it for the 2021-22 budget. And more generally then, I mentioned the LEAF, but we also then, after 2021-22, dip into the emergency reserve. and to the tune of $2.6 million in 2021-2022. And I can talk about, again, it's really to maintain services while we hope for the economy to rebound, but I'll talk a little bit about what specifically those reserves will be used for. So there, you see on the bottom of this chart, it's for the supplemental budget requests, supporting our outside agencies for ongoing operations, and you'll see that the total expenditures there equal the total draw from the reserves. And so some of those supplemental budget requests, so it's delaying layoffs for a year, and that was our primary focus is this budget doesn't lay off anybody. And so we were able to find different positions for people who would have not had funding for the position. We've been able to hold positions vacant, so positions that are unfunded are vacant. And then we third used reserves to maintain positions where there isn't funding, both to hope for the rebound and to maintain services. We're also using the reserves for the continuation of the general plan update. That council's adopted the contract for that, but also has directed staff to develop a fee. So over time, this funding will be reimbursed as development occurs in the general planning area that we will develop. And that project's underway. We're at the point where we're beginning to do community outreach. We have new inspection mandates that are costing money. The general election that happens every 2 years is a cost that we have to incur. Police training and supplies. The property tax administration fee is the charge that the county has to the city for collecting our property taxes, which fortunately are staying at this point stable. And then we have a number of smaller changes that total the $84,000 next year and $96,000 the year before. And so the reserves are also, I mentioned, used for ongoing operations. And you'll see for 2019-2020, we're using about $1.2 million to support the police services. And then going forward, you could see the numbers there with the total in 2020-2021 of $1.7 million to maintain operations, primarily staffing. And then in 2021-2022, about $1.1 million to maintain the services out in the departments. So the proposed 2021 budget for the general fund and all funds. So this was an interesting budget process, as I alluded to at the beginning. So at the beginning of the year, we recognized our revenues were strong. We were in a good economy. The challenges we had were on the expenditure side, with personnel expenditures growing faster than our revenue. And so we worked with the departments to reduce their costs to absorb essentially their personnel costs. So the departments were the focus for the departments were to maintain their current services, their current programs, and absorb the cost increases for those programs, primarily for the people in those programs, providing the work and the services to the public. And you'll see in the budget book there are service level impacts as a result of that. Some of that was able to be absorbed through revenue. Some of it was absorbed through reductions of contracts. A lot of it was absorbed through reductions of staff and reductions of services. The and as I mentioned before, the general fund deficit before COVID, we were looking at about $929,000. Now it's ballooned to $4.4 million. And we're taking 4 different approaches to close the budget gap and try to work toward developing a structurally balanced ongoing budget. And so the first is a hiring freeze, and we're doing that for 2 reasons. First, to allow us to have more flexibility with vacant positions, so if the economy doesn't return or we're forced to reduce staffing further, we'll have more of an opportunity to reduce staffing that is vacant, so we'd save the money and not have to displace a person. We also have service level reductions as described in each of the department's budget pages. So there's certain things we just are not able to do anymore, and we wanted to make clear to the council and the public what those are. And then, as I mentioned, we're using the rest of the LEAF financing and then the Economic Stabilization Reserve in year 2. And the general fund revenues, one interesting note here is you can see how volatile the sales tax is and the Measure U sales tax. We're fortunate to have both. We do have strong sales tax in Santa Maria relative to a lot of our neighboring communities, in that the sales tax we have is generated primarily from big box stores, auto dealers, from construction, and those types of activities occur on a more regular basis than some of our neighboring communities that rely more on tourists coming in to do their shopping or dining or visiting. So we are fortunate to have sales tax that is relatively stable, but even our sales tax has been impacted significantly. And then as you look going forward, you can see our property tax is at this point staying relatively stable, and property tax is assessed in arrears, and so the revenue we're collecting today is from prior year assessments. But if the property values would drop significantly as they did in the 2008 recession, the county would be receiving requests from our property owners in town to reassess. And at this point, we're not seeing that significantly happen. Then transient occupancy tax has dropped as well, with the hotels losing business, people unable to travel. We are seeing two things interesting in Santa Maria. One, we do have a fair amount of travelers who come here to travel for business needs, and so that has remained relatively steady, but it's a small percentage. And now we're hoping to see more of an uptick as travelers are able to resume maybe being tired of staying at home. And then the NHIS revenue has been a strong revenue in the past. It's dropped for a few reasons. One, due to the economic impact. Second, due to the drop in oil prices. And third is just the soil remediation projects have stalled in the surrounding areas, or have alternative ways to remediate the soil. So in 2021, we're only looking at $210,000 from that revenue stream, which had been a pretty good revenue stream for the city for the past decade or so. Construction permits continue to remain relatively strong. We do see development continuing to occur in the city, and that's a good sign. At first we were worried that they were trying to hurry up and do the development before they were able to, while they were still able to secure funding, but now we're more optimistic that the development sector might remain strong during this downturn. The general fund financing sources, so the primary, or this is total financing sources, or general fund for 89 million. And so you'll see the revenue from other agencies, taxes, enterprise fund revenues make up the different sources of revenue for the general fund of the $89 million, almost 90 million. And then how we spend it, it's primarily public safety. 63% of the general fund is spent on public safety, 12% on leisure and cultural services, 5% on community and economic development, and 20% on general government. And as you look on how that funding is split by department, you'll see the actuals for 2018-19, the estimates for this year, and then the next year's budget in 2020, 2021. And even though we're reducing services, the costs continue to go up on the personnel side, and that's, even though we're reducing staffing, the personnel costs continue to go up, the overall amount of money dedicated to the personnel, because the cost per person is going up due to the increasing cost of pensions primarily. Measure U, so we continue to allocate Measure U per the council's direction of 90% for public safety, 5% for youth services, and 5% quality of life. So that's a good news. Of course, if the pie is smaller, as we're seeing with Measure U, there's less to go around in each of those areas. But we are, again, fortunate to have Measure U, and with about $17 million to be able to further support public safety, and about $900,000 to support youth services and quality of life, respectively. And to look at a fund balance analysis of Measure U, so up in the top left on actual 2018-2019, so we started out with $316,000 of undesignated Measure U in the fund balance. That was sales tax we collected for Measure U that we hadn't allocated for expenditure. And then in April of 2019, the new Measure U kicked in, and so we began planning to spend the money, purchasing fire trucks, radio systems, and beginning to hire staff. And there was some lag there with hiring staff. It takes a while to find the qualified staff, get them on board, get them trained, get them on payroll. So that turned out to be fortunate, actually. If you look on the bottom of that actual 2018-2019 column, we ended up with $3.1 million at the end of 2018-2019, just because the new tax kicked in, and even though we were purchasing vehicles and some equipment that was long needed, we still weren't able to spend the entire amount of that new tax, which was good in hindsight. So we then start this current fiscal year with that beginning fund balance of $3.1 million. And as we continue to hire staff this year to augment our services in Measure U, we still end with a positive change of the fund balance of $4.6 million. And that's allowed us then to maintain all the staff that we've been able to hire at this point in Measure U. So the additional police, fire, the rangers, the recreation and park staff throughout the Measure U services. And so next year in the proposed budget for 2020-2021, we're projecting $17.3 million of revenue, so a drop again of Measure U revenue, but we're projecting to continue to maintain the services at an annualized amount for that would be almost $19 million. So it's a good story that we're able to support Measure U, continue to provide the service, not have any layoffs of the new folks we hired in Measure U, but it does draw back our fund balance in Measure U down to $3.3 million. Again, it's more than it was, but it doesn't meet the council's objective that to have a 20% reserve in Measure U due to its volatility.
And just to clarify for the audience, in the city attorney's office, let them know what's in that department. So I'm sure they're seeing that number grow, and so they're probably wondering why is it growing so much, but I don't think they understand what all is in there.
Walk through. And so then the city attorney is for code compliance, code enforcement, and that's a quality of life service the council prioritized using Measure U for. And prior to Measure U, we did hear a lot of concern from the community that we want to have better code enforcement, nicer neighborhoods, nicer business districts, and so we're allocating Measure U for that. In the city manager's office, the $20,000 is for our emergency alerting system. If we do a reverse 911, let people know if there's a disaster in their area or some disruption in their neighborhood. And then the finance department is the levy loan, the $108,000. And so that's when we had a local match for the levy to improve the safety on the north side of town from flooding, and that's been a cost that we've allocated through Measure U. Yeah, thank you. So the budgeting by function of all funds. So public safety is 26% of the total for all funds. Utilities is 44%, and that includes both our water, wastewater, our solid waste. So they're big funds. They provide service to the entire community. They're capital intensive. So 44% of the total spending is in the utilities. And then the smaller grouping again in public ways and facilities at 11%, leisure and cultural services at 7%, community and economic development at 3%, and then general government of 9% of the total. And total appropriations again are $217 million. And to pay for all of that, we're looking at these services here for all operating funds. So primarily it's the enterprise fund revenues, and those are the rates that people pay to have their trash picked up, to use water and sewer services. We also, again, have the taxes at 35%, primarily the sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. And then you'll see the other revenues make up the difference there. And as you'll see again, even though we are planning on spending $217 million, we only are looking at $198 million in total revenues. And total appropriations, again, with the enterprise funds, so I mentioned the water resources, it was $41 million in 2018-19, rising to nearly $60 million in 2020-2021. Solid waste increases to $35 million, and public transit up to $17 million. And that public transit number does include the COVID revenue from the federal government and funding for us to be able to electrify the buses, which again is a federal or is grant money coming into our transit system.
Question. Does the solid waste and the utilities and the garbage pickup, does that pay for itself, though?
Yeah.
So that's not a burden really on our general
No,
budget?
that's a good question.
Yeah.
So all of these enterprise
Right.
funds do pay for themselves, either through rates or through a grant from federal or state government, federal government primarily.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the general fund?
No, these are revenues collected for those specific services, and they pay for themselves. And we do have a page in the early part of the budget message that shows the commitments we've made and which pay for themselves and which don't, and you'll see that all of these services are there, although they're expensive and there's a lot of pipes and a lot of big expensive buses and landfills and things, we don't have an outstanding deficit in those or an outstanding liability in those that isn't already accounted for in the rates, in the rate model. Yep, thanks. And then, yeah, so the other appropriations for special revenue funds, so library saves about 3.1 million, and that is a combination of money from the county to support the library district in the north part of the county, including the main branch here, and then general fund to augment that to maintain the services. And Measure A is a transportation tax to maintain our roads, and CDBG, the council's familiar with, as that comes forward with special federal grant money to provide services related to community development block grant. And we have a few other smaller funds there as well. But these are, again, our special revenue funds not related to the general fund other than library, with where we match funds into the library.
I'd like to ask a question about funding of the library. So we're subsidized by the County of Santa Barbara for the library. Do we continue to get those funds even though our libraries are all closed?
Yes, so the county contracts with us to run their libraries in the northern part of Santa Barbara County. They did adopt a budget that maintains the funding level for the libraries, and we are working to be able to meet our contractual obligation to keep the branch libraries open and provide library services. Even though our library is not able to open, we are working, we're going to have the bookmobile come online. We're doing drop-off outside the library. We provide a lot of programs and services online, additional e-books and things of that effect. So library, even though it's disrupted with the COVID lockdown, we are continuing to work to maintain services. And 3 of the branches, I don't think Guadalupe yet, but the other branch libraries in northern Santa Barbara County have been self-certified for reopening at this point. And so the proposed staffing, we're looking at full-time authorized staffing of 573 positions, and of that funding of 550.7 positions. And so another technique we're using to maintain the budget is keeping the positions that we know we need to maintain services, but if we don't have funding to maintain it, we're reducing the funding. So the council authorizes positions to do the work and then provides the funding through the budget to hire the people to do the work. And what this is showing is we are working to maintain the positions and asking the council to continue to have the positions in the budget. So if funding does come available, we'll be able to come to the council to allocate additional appropriation to fill those positions. And it's a little bit of a different technique. If this was a typical recession and we knew we weren't able to afford these services going forward, we'd recommend reducing positions and funding. But the way this economic downturn is at this point, we're recommending keeping the positions, and even though we don't have the funding to fund them all. The budget also includes 75 authorized part-time positions, which is funded at 67.2, or which are funded at 67.2, and we have 92.25 authorized limited service FTE budget, or positions budgeted at 74.5 FTE. And as I mentioned, there are staffing reductions in 2021. We're looking at unfunding 13.3 full-time positions, about 10 part-time, and 17 and three-quarter limited service positions. Most are vacant, but in the second year, layoffs are likely. The partial funding there is partial funding related to the delays in the opening of the library and the Paul Nelson Pool. Most of those are limited service positions. We're also eliminating a part-time account clerk aide in the police department. That was filled, but that'll then be a transfer to another city department. We're using one-time funds in police to maintain a police records technician, a senior police records technician, and 4 police service technicians. And in the city attorney, we're using one-time funding to support a continued, to have a code enforcement technician, and then in recreation and parks to maintain a facility specialist. And then in the second year, so we worked to forestall layoffs in the first year. So the tactic is, again, a couple points. One, to keep our folks here employed, use the reserves that have been set aside just for this type of emergency, and hope the economy rebounds. That we'll continue to watch our economy very closely, and as I mentioned at the beginning, come back to council frequently with updates, and hopefully with positive budget adjustments to reduce the draw on reserve and to be able to retain services. But as we're looking right now, our best crystal ball, which is, I admit, hazy, and it's statewide, nationwide, it's hazy, it would require us, in order to balance the budget in 2021, 2022, there would be unfunding and elimination of police sworn and non-sworn positions and fire response units, among other reductions throughout the city. So we're looking at, again, continuing significant impacts in the future, and no final decisions at this point with the budget. We'll continue to work closely over the upcoming months to keep a very close eye on our economy and watch for a rebound and be able to mitigate this as we're able to. On the capital, or before I get to the capital, so other service level reductions, as I indicated, there's a delay of opening the library until October, and that has a budget savings of $516,000, and then a delay of opening the Paul Nelson Pool until January for a savings of $600,000. And the idea behind both of these was neither is able to fully open at this point anyway. The staff were disrupted due to the shutdown of both of these services. And the thought was continue to keep them closed for a bit of a period of time to allow us to have savings to forestall layoffs and be able to reopen them when both when we have the funding to do it and the ability from the public health order and the governor to do so. We also know that these reductions will result in a longer time for plan review. And we hope to mitigate that in a few ways with automation, with process improvement, and also we'll bring forward to the City Council fee increase proposals or fee update proposals for the council to consider, which could help also be able to fund more staffing to review plans. And for capital, so we have 112 capital projects. It's sometimes counterintuitive to say we're cutting all this staff and reducing all these services, and we're still spending $113 million on capital over the next 4 years. And so there's a couple things going on there. Not much of this total capital is general fund discretionary. Most of it is grant funding or rate-funded projects for specific purposes. So we have some big ticket projects, as I mentioned, with the buses, with a new landfill, with sewer line replacements. And so even though we're anticipating $113.5 million of spending over the next 4 years, we're looking at about $48 million in this upcoming year, 2020, 2021, and only $1.6 million is general fund related. There are 25 general fund projects that were unfunded, so we know we have more projects we need to do than we have funding for. And then we've been highlighting for several years now that fleet replacement. It's important to be able to save funding for our fleet because we know our employees are going to need vehicles. and we're not meeting our schedule due to the lack of funding in fleet. And it's something we'll work to manage, but it's something important to highlight at this point. And some of the specific projects that are noteworthy, so modernizing our transit fleet, we're working toward electrifying our buses and what that entails, so charging stations, additional power, and that is, again, all funded through pass-through grants. We are planning in the capital budget to build one new park at Enos Ranch, where the house is, and renovate two parks, both Veterans Memorial Park and Chapel Plaza. We have two interchanges proposed on Main Street and North Broadway, and street maintenance and traffic improvements throughout town, the Los Flores landfill, water treatment plant, cogen system, and sewer line upgrade. So a lot of big expensive projects. Again, nearly almost none of those are, actually none of those are general fund projects. So we're still able to do a lot of work in our community to improve our capital assets and be able to improve our community without utilizing our local revenues. We continue to support our outside agencies for the work they do. That benefits both us, our residents, and businesses. We did have each of these outside agencies also take a reduction, much like we had to take for our own operations. So the Chamber of Commerce drops from $579,000 this year down to $538,000 for the next 2 years, $539,000 for the next 2 years. The Economic Development drops from $213,000 to $152,000. There is a note in the budget that in 2021, 2022, if our economy turns, there's a note in the budget that highlights $125,000 potential to add to the 2021 budget by future council action. We're not asking for the council to consider that tonight, to help get our economy restarted. As you've heard in prior meetings with the Chamber of Commerce, or prior presentations from the Chamber of Commerce, they have a reopening plan to help support our businesses in reopening after the COVID shutdown. And we want to work for this next year to see how effective that is, how well the reopening's going, and if funding is available in the next year and the year after next, in 2021, 22. And the reopening is continuing to progress, we'd want to augment that. The Historic Society drops from $20,000 to $18,600. Museum of Flight drops from $20,000, and it's on hiatus in the recommended budget. At the time we developed the budget, we had a couple issues with not having a contact to the Museum of Flight, nor having their financial documents as required by the contract, so we weren't able in good faith to recommend further allocation of our taxpayers' dollars to that program, not knowing how they were spending it. Since then, and I believe you've received as written correspondence, we have received those financials from the Museum of Flight with a description of what they plan to provide. And so we would recommend, if we were able to come back with an additional economic development funding in 2021, 2022, that we also consider funding for the Museum of Flight at that time. Since I think their issue was they had a change in management, they revamped the program, they're on a good path now. They've had some hiccups as well with COVID and the loss of the air show. So I think we would be in a position, if we do have funding in 2021, we'll come back at a future date for the council to consider refunding the Museum of Flight. And then Home for Good, which provides coordination for homeless services, is also reduced from $24,000 to $22,320, and that's the service they provide for coordination and coordinated outreach of our homeless community and then service providers. And we always want to highlight the future issues so the council is able to look forward. In making the decision tonight, you can look forward to see how those might affect the future. So the CalPERS cost increase, it's a big one. We're looking at an additional $6 million over the next 5 years, $11 million over the next 10 years. And we do anticipate additional losses as a result of the COVID investment losses from CalPERS, which will begin affecting rates in the fiscal year past this budget in fiscal year 2022-23. And we'll see where their losses are at the end of June 30th of this year, and wherever they end up this year, then that'll affect our rates in 2022-23. And I assume they're going to lose money. I assume they won't make their discount rate of the 7%. And so that'll result in a loss that they'll spread over 5 years beginning in fiscal year 2022-23. So that'll, again, drive our costs up more than likely. And also, the city has negotiated cost-sharing agreements with the employees. So we've been real effective over the last few years of being able to work with our employee groups. They recognize that the CalPERS cost is going up, and we've been able to not shoulder the entire burden of that cost increase on the employer. The employees have agreed to pay a greater part of the rising pension costs in order for them to preserve that benefit for them in the future after retirement. And we do have an obligation to pay for the losses related to benefits of prior employees. And you heard that on the actuarial study on May 19th, that the pension costs we're facing today, only a relatively, or less than half of that burden is for current employees and current pensions. A lot of it is from prior pension losses and pension promises for prior employees as a result of CalPERS losing money in the last recession and spreading that out as an unfunded liability over the 20 years for the city to recoup for them, to maintain the benefit for the retired employees and classic employees, I should say. And this was a chart that's included in the budget. It was also in your actuarial report you received in May. And the blue line is a total of the bottom three lines. So focusing on the blue line, this is the cost for the contribution projection cost increases for both miscellaneous and safety employees, and in millions of dollars. So in we're looking at, so you could see in 2019, 2020, we're looking at contributing $16 million to CalPERS to pay for the cost of the pension benefits we've promised. And that rises steadily to $17 million, $18 million, up to $28 million out in fiscal year 30-31. And as you may remember from the actuarial report, that number will continue to rise, levels off at around 2040, but it also doesn't include the COVID jump, which will jump in 2022, yeah.
Ms. Soto?
So the simple way, yeah, and I'll stay on the simple way. So the simple way is we have a police program, which is the safety in the mustardy orange line, fire is green, and then all of our other employees are in the miscellaneous group, essentially. So policy issues that we want the council to consider. One would be to affirm how we propose in the budget to use LEAF and our Economic Stabilization Reserve to maintain ongoing operations. As I mentioned, that's really to avoid layoffs, but it's also, I think, why prior councils and why the council's policy has these reserves. They are to be used in emergency, and this seems apropos at this time to allocate those fundings to maintain services that are much needed. And as I also mentioned at the beginning, the key things to focus on going forward, we'll be looking at revenues of all types, cutting services that we think we can shed and no longer are required to provide to the public, and then reducing costs of services that we do continue to provide. The hiring freeze, both to reduce costs and reduce drawing from our reserves, but also to provide more flexibility that if we do have to reduce staffing further, that we can do so without disrupting an employee who's in the position. And then the funding commitments we did include in the budget. There's a number of items that we know we need to do, we know we've promised the public we would do, including full staffing, providing workers' comp and liability claim insurance as required, maintaining our infrastructure, and maintaining our buildings. And there were a number of those items that were underfunded And over time, we're going to have to, I think the adage is pay now or pay more later. And so we want to keep a focus on those funding commitments going forward. And that concludes our presentation. We are open to any questions the council may have. You see that all the directors are here as well. And then we recommend you receive public comment and deliberate, provide direction, and adopt the resolution. That concludes our report.
Hey, questions?
I know the budget that you just presented was the worst kind of budget we could ever hear, but I believe there's light at the end of the tunnel. Learning today that our sales tax was up in the nation 17% high. They did not expect that at all. I believe the people that have been released from their homes and can now participate as normally, I believe we're going to see a quicker and a larger rise in our income. So I'm hopeful looking at that. I think it's going to be state by state of who wants to close their state down again due to second wave of COVID. If you listen to all of the experts the first time of the COVID, there never was a first wave because our numbers were so much lower than what the experts and the doctors had indicated. And so when they talk about a second wave, I'm just, I'm cautious, but I just not listening to a lot of experts out there anymore because they actually let us down. So I truly believe that we can make this budget work. There's going to have to be a lot of finagling. I am one that would like to make sure that the kids that were locked up for so long get an opportunity to at least enjoy their summer, if not partially, full-time, get that swimming pool open. I am looking at capital projects that we have on the books that come out of the general fund. And I am on page D10. I'm not saying get rid of some of them. I'm saying let's just postpone some of these capital projects so that we can take care of business that is so much urgent right now. And I am looking at the town center mall parking structure, which is, you're looking at a few repairs there, waterproofing, and all of these other areas here. We're looking at a cost of $800,000. Is there anything that we can do there to postpone some of those repairs? Because it's not falling down. I mean, it's in good condition, because if it was, it'd be condemned. There wouldn't be any use for doing that. I am looking at using some of that money over there. I'm also looking at page D11, the painting of the city buildings. That is something that can be delayed as well. And if you're looking at the funds to be appropriated, you've got $100,000 there currently that we can probably use towards the pool as well. I'm also curious, and this question is for Alex. Alex, in the Recreation and Parks Department, on page C58, you have services and supplies. And the adopted amount was $3.649 million, but the year-end estimated was $4.125. We've been closed down for 4 months. Why did that number go up?
Sorry, Councilmember, could you?
You know what, let me show it to you. Yeah. It's this number right here. Why did that go up to a tune of almost $300,000?
So this is
Oh, I can search.
I'm going to have to tell you, I don't really want me answer all that.
Okay, all right.
Very much. Thank you. Director Harvey provided me some information.
C58.
So it's, thank you, Director Harvey, for this. It says, what makes up the difference in services apply? The total difference over budget, $477,000, is due to water costs, which is $272,000, gas and electricity, which is $161,000, and supplies for the mayor's task force was $35,000. So those make up that number.
That makes up the 300,000? Okay,
Yes.
so the gas and the electricity, was that for the pool?
No, that's just department-wide.
Okay. Okay, department. Now, when did the pool actually close down to get rebuilt? When, because it's been closed for quite a while.
It closed, well, we had a couple of delays, but I believe it's been closed since December.
Okay.
Construction actually got started in late December, wrapped up in February, Kevin, roughly, sometime around there, the end of February, we wrapped up, maybe into the first week of March, and then we weren't able to open because of COVID.
Right, no, I got that.
And then we also had a curing period of 30 days for the new plaster to set.
And that was done with our CDBG money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, with CDBG money, that's federal money
Yes.
that it's specifically used for that one purpose, and that was for the swimming pool.
Correct.
And now we're going to have to file a report of how we used that money and how many people were able to participate in the swimming pool program, which I get the COVID for up to, those few months. But for the rest of the year, I don't think the budget, they're going to understand the budget part of it. Because now that the sales taxes are starting to rise nationwide, it's just going to be a dog and pony.
Yeah. Well, I would have to defer to Ms. Rojo on what the requirements for reporting are going to be.
Okay.
I believe that she has addressed that with the city manager.
Okay. Is she here?
So in regards to the question, yes, it is funded with CDBG. The thing with CDBG is can you hear me?
Thank you.
Oh, it's hard to tell. The thing with CDBG is when you provide CDBG to any project, it has to be accessible to everyone.
Correct.
So if we are going to open it, we have to open it, and everybody has to be able to use it, not just a team or a club. Also, we have to be very careful about rates, how much we charge, because again, it has to be accessible to everyone regardless of income. As far as your concern about it opening up later, I think under the circumstances, there's a lot of cities throughout the country that are seeing the similar situation. And because of the public health restrictions, I think it would be a justifiable reason as to why the pool has to remain closed, because it's not efficient or effective, particularly financially, to open it when you're so limited as to the number of people that can utilize it. Because again, it's not technically being accessible to everyone.
And I understand that. So do you believe that once it gets to be opened publicly, and maybe this is Alex's question, should we continue to keep it closed for the sake of saving money, so-called, when we can now charge rates for it to everybody?
So if I get the question correctly, after the period of time that we're suggesting?
After, when the governor says, all public swimming pools can be open to the public.
I guess my answer would be, if we were still, if the council decides not to open the pool and to keep it closed for those 6 months, that creates the budget savings that we're projecting. If you're saying, if the question is, so the governor, let's say in 2 months, says, no, you can open the pool up now, I would think that we would keep the pool closed until the budget savings was realized. That would be my opinion. And then, once the budget savings was realized, or the January date came around and we were ready to reopen, then we would reopen the pool, because the guidelines would allow us to reopen them.
Okay, so this is a number of months and timing that has been given to me by both Jason. Well, I haven't talked to you. I just read in the budget, and we talk about 6 months. 6 months is December. But then there's that 3-month period of trying to bring it back up to snuff, and so that's really not 6 months. It's 9 months. And we're looking at the pool being closed a year and 3 months now for and part of it was not our fault. It's just what happened with this COVID. So I'm just trying to make this work for the kids, for everybody in the city of Santa Maria. I'm looking at the capital projects and some that we can postpone, not eliminate. Now, Jason, you're going to hate me for saying this, but I am looking at a reserve as well, so as our sales tax come up, we take a portion of reserves out and put it back into the reserves that we've taken out. Because pardon me?
Like borrowing?
Mm-hmm. So that way we keep those reserves full. I mean, I believe, I just think that our sales tax are gonna rebound. But this is a quality of life. And this is what gets me with this quality of life, is that when we, as a city council, we as staff, went out to the public and requested Measure U, we told them of our distraughts that we had financially. And so the public came back 75% yes. They were totally in support, especially for public safety. They were totally in support of us doing that. And so they reached into their pocket and they said, here, take what you need, because this is what we want. We want the city to be solvent. Now the public is asking for one item, and that's for our swimming pool that has been closed since December. And now we're looking at it to be closed for a year and 3 months. I want to try to find a way to return that good gesture that they believe in the city of Santa Maria. They believe in the employees. They believe in city council. I want to return that to them. And I don't think it's asking too much. I think we can just whittle here and whittle there and try to find something. Because I guarantee you, if we ever go to the public again and ask them for another sales increase, guess what they're going to remember? The swimming pool. And it's not going to work.
I have a question, Ms. Rojo. When you say it was CDBG's money, and that when we open it up, it has to be open to everyone. It can't be just, say, open to a swim club or senior citizens or to do laps. It has to be open to everyone. That's correct. Okay, and the rates, my question is, can the rates be increased from what we had?
Sure, of course, they can be increased, but they also have to be reasonable, and they have to be, nobody can be turned away because they can't pay it.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we would have to come up with a rate that would still be considered nominal in HUD's eyes. So, I mean, HUD doesn't say that you can't charge people to use a public facility. It just says that you can't make a profit off of it. You can definitely increase the rates, but it would just have to be a reasonable rate, and you would also have to have methods in place so that somebody who isn't able to even pay, let's say you increase it to $5, somebody who isn't able to pay $5 to use the facility can still use it without being turned away. That's really the main goal of CDBG, is so that it is serves low to moderate income clientele primarily, which is over 60% of our population.
Okay.
Fee scale.
Because through the Department of Finance, our population is like 107. We have a very, very young community. Under 18, 31%, we have 31% of those people under 18. I think that's really significant in what Ms. Waterfield is saying, because those are the people that I think it's really important that we focus on right now. The median age in our community is 29.6 years. And I'm trying to figure out, because I think, what I hear you say, Ms. Waterfield, which I think is really important, is this is summer. Kids, we have different programs, and I know we have cuts that have been made all over. However, Rex and Park is where the bulk of our people really will have an impact, whether it's at the parks, whether it's in the skate parks or any place else, but especially the swimming pool. And then I think about, I would not even be opposed to, like, if we take out a loan and incrementally we pay that back into whatever a slot that goes into the budget. But what about recouping some of that, and this is looking out in the future, recouping some of that on the CDBG monies in 2021?
Unfortunately, CDBG money can't be used for operational costs that are considered a government expense. So there's no way to pay for operating costs of the pool. It can pay for the capital, the improvements of the structural improvements of the pool, because it's a public facility, but it cannot be used to pay for government expenses.
Okay.
Yeah, and I should clarify. It's not that we can't make a profit off of the rates that come back, but if we make more money, if we make a profit, it has to be reprogrammed back into CDBG as program income. It can't go into the general fund. It has to be given back technically to HUD.
Well, I don't think in the circumstances we're in, we're going to be able to make a profit anyway on this.
I wanted to clarify
unless,
because I should clarify and
charge someone a couple $100 to swim for a few laps.
Yeah. So I should say, even if we did make a profit, that money would have to get reprogrammed back.
Okay, and then I'm thinking if we could and I don't know where we are on the public health order right now on pools. I was on a Zoom meeting a couple of weeks ago, and listening to that, a lot of communities are not going to open up their pool this summer at all. Some communities are going to depend only on the schools, the high schools, for their programs. Some communities are only going to be able to give lessons to half of the population that they did the previous year, and require that the parent be in the pool with the kid and the instructor on the deck. And that's not going to work in our community. So I'm thinking of all these things, listening to all these things that are happening, but a great many communities in the state of California are not going to open up their pools. So I know people are comparing us to maybe Santa Barbara or Carpinteria. We're not in the same boat with them. We don't have, in fact, I think I asked you, Mr. Stillwell, all the different taxes that they charge down there that we don't charge in our community, that they have access to the monies. But I also wonder, could we open for, we're almost in July, could we open for a couple of months, at least to get us through the summer, and then close? Because kids aren't going to be using it during the day in September and October and November and December. I don't know what the magic time would be, so that we could sort of play catch up on that amount. Anyway, those are my comments. Mr. Stillwell?
So the challenge with the reopening is we're still in stage 3, which doesn't allow a full reopening. Mm-hmm. So we wouldn't be able to reopen it now, have full use of the pool, and then shut it back down. What we're recommending is wait until reopening can occur, and then we'll reopen and be open to everybody. And that'll allow us to comply with our CDBG requirements, allow the public to have access to it, allow us to rehire the staff, and implement the mitigation measures we're required to have to meet the COVID safety requirements.
Now, I know that. We can't
Yeah.
open until the public health says we can.
Right.
And I realize
Yeah.
that. But
And we're not sure when that'll be at this point. That'll be the next stage, and
do we have any kind of a guesstimate?
No.
I've been listening to this in the same meetings you've been in, but I
they're talking about possibly doing a stage 3A for nail salons and tattoo parlors, but they're still not talking about reopening of public pools at this point.
And I think people need to realize right now, when they say pools are open, they are open for lap swimming. They are not open to play games and
Leisure, leisure.
recreation and to train for water polo, I guess. And then the modifications of cleaning everything, that seems pretty silly to us. But anyway, okay, so we don't even have a guesstimate. Dr. Moats.
I had a couple of questions. One, if the health officer from Santa Barbara said we could open the pool tomorrow, how long would it take us to get the pool ready to go so that everyone could use it?
It's that 2.5 months or so
Okay,
that
well,
we've
It's
indicated.
June now, and
Why?
three months.
Well, we don't have any staff. It's the same timeline that we're talking about with the reopening in December. We still have to rehire the staff. We still have to get the pool re-operational. We have to do the COVID mitigations, because there will still be mitigations required. And then what we're proposing is with the teams in place, they can use it sooner rather than later because they do provide some of their own lifeguarding and their own support. And so that'll allow us to train our lifeguards concurrently for the full reopening about 2.5 months later.
So then, the conclusion from that is no matter what happens, there isn't going to be summer recreation for kids at the Paul Nelson Pool. Okay. Second thing is, what's the status of using alternative pools such as Santa Maria High School and Pioneer Valley High School?
And Director, I do commend Director Posada. He has been working diligently to try to find other alternatives for our customers, and he probably has the latest information on the other pools. He's been talking to all the pool providers in the region.
Thank you, Mr. Stillwell, members of the City Council. So we have been in communication with Hancock College and with the Santa Maria Joint Union High School District. We do have a joint use agreement with the high school district. The conversation that we had with them the other day was pretty positive, that they are willing to look at allowing us to access the pools at Santa Maria and Pioneer. There's a couple of legal issues that I've been discussing with the city attorney's office that we need to clarify. If that was to happen, it would be a pretty limited opening. Again, because of the COVID restrictions, we would be looking at probably having a couple of hours of lap swim in the day, which is, pretty much adults for the most part. And then perhaps being able to open for some of the aquatic fitness programs, some of the water exercise programs, and then some very limited swim lessons. The mayor did an excellent job describing it. Very small groups, probably no more than 5 students. If they were younger, there would need to be a parent in the water with them, and our instructors wouldn't be allowed to enter the water with them. It's all about that social distancing requirement. Then once that group leaves and they're in the pool for an hour, we have about a 30 to 45-minute cleanup that we have to do. We have to disinfect basically all the facility and then reopen for the next group to come in. So it's a very labor-intensive process as it stands today. In Santa Barbara, their lap swim that they offer is $10 per person, and they go through the same thing. You have to go through a reservation system they have set up online. You register for a time. You must arrive in your swimsuit. There's no showering. There's no locker room facilities available. None of those things can be open to the public. So it is a very constraining system that is set up right now.
That reminds me of what we used to do when we were kids.
I know it, that's no constraint.
With your towel under your arm and your swimsuit on. Dr. Moats.
And a third question is, I thought Eda's idea was just great. If we can redirect funds from capital projects that can be deferred into opening the pool as soon as possible. The optics look really good with that. Is there a problem with that? Does the town center mall structure, is it going to fall down if it's not repaired right away?
So, thank you for that. I wanted to address that earlier. So the projects that Councilmember Waterfield identified are general capital projects. They're deferred maintenance projects. What we tried to do in the budget is find a balance between not doing any deferred maintenance, as you saw on that list in the beginning of the budget message, versus trying to do some deferred maintenance to keep it from getting worse. And, our goal with the parking structures is they were funded by the redevelopment, or by the RDA, redevelopment agency, and that went away, and so there isn't a funding source to maintain the structures at this point, and we're working to, we want to avoid a situation where they're condemned and not available to be open. We see that as a bad situation and potentially hazardous to the community. And so there are, what do you call it when the concrete falls off the roof, chafing or something? Swalling, yeah. So where the concrete starts coming off from the metal. And so we're doing preventative maintenance to mitigate that. But it is deferred maintenance. It is discretionary, but something we think is prudent to do at this point. And similar with the painting of the buildings, we aren't painting the buildings on a routine that we need to do in order to maintain the understructure, but we're trying to at least do some rather than none.
But at least we can postpone those.
Yeah.
Those are not life-threatening at all whatsoever, and those can be postponed. In regards to the swimming pools, do we pay the high school to use those pools?
We have an MOU agreement where we exchange staffing and other consideration that Alex can describe.
But we don't actually give them money.
Thank you. When in the joint use agreement, it's about time and space. So for years, Paul Nelson was the only pool around, so the high school district recognized that, and in the joint use agreement, we have access to their pools during non-school times. We also have an agreement with them where the city operates their lifeguarding and what we call the water sanitation system. Our staff handles that, and that's through a contract with the district. So if we were to use the district pools for this summer swim program, there would probably be some cost associated with that, not a lot, maybe a few $1,000s for the period of time that we use the pool.
Mr. Posada, let me ask you a question. What are the depths of the pool at Santa Maria and Pioneer?
I don't believe they have diving wells in any of them, so I believe it's 9 feet at its deepest point. That's usually what you need for water polo, and Paul Nelson is at 9 feet at its deepest point.
What's the lowest point then, 4?
4 feet at Paul Nelson in the 50-meter pool, and I believe it's, I think the maximum depth in the other pool, in the small pool, is 4 feet.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is the high schools, the young children would not be able to play in those pools.
You can't play in a pool right now anyway. It's not permitted. So
I'm talking about the pools at the high school, if they were open.
even in their, yeah. So at Pioneer, the pool was designed for a shallower depth because the city partnered with them in the funding for that pool.
Okay.
So there is a shallow depth there that would allow for playing in the water. Like I said, we can't play in the water right now.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know that part. Okay. Ms. Soto.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staying on, so I just want to start by, addressing council member Etta Waterfield's concerns about the pool. As we're getting ready to go into the summer months, we are probably going to see the hottest summer on record, given climate change. And so it's unfortunate that we're even having this discussion about the possibility of closing out the pools. And I agree that the ideas that were brought up were phenomenal. But as I'm looking at the summary of services and programs for the Recreation and Parks Department, it seems to me that, we've been pulling a lot of funding from youth services. So for instance, when you look at the Mayor's Youth Task Force, at one point, that was funded at over $51,000, and now we are seeing a dramatic decrease from $48,000, which was in this current fiscal year that we're in, 2019, 2020, to about a little bit over 11,000. And so my question is, how do you foresee the Mayor's Youth Task Force going forward with such a decline in funds?
Thank you, Councilmember Soto, for the question. We're not sure. I mean, a lot of we were very successful in the last year pulling together the groups at the high school that the mayor, met with, and they gave input into programs and services. I think we were real successful there. We were successful in getting our outreach coordinators out and talking with the youth and getting services out to them, partnering with other agencies like Fighting Back, doing the Safe and Strong program and all those things. It's going to be difficult. I think that $11,000 that's represented there would probably fund supplies more than anything else. Staffing-wise, again, as Mr. Stillwell has mentioned, we try to avoid layoffs in those programs. So the staffing levels should remain consistent. I know some of our staff has built some good relationships with the youth that have been involved over the last year. We're just hoping to carry that on. Even during the COVID period, they've been doing things like our online videos and some other things to help us, involve youth. It will be difficult with that $11,000 for next year, and again, mostly supplies.
That's a $37,000 funding decrease for the Mayor's Youth Task Force. And when I see funding from other sources, right, being cut in the millions, it just seems like, really, what difference does it, it seems like pennies in the bucket for such a great program.
And it was difficult, like I said, everything that we presented to the city manager's office was difficult decisions to make. I think that what we tried to do was to look at the positive side of it and say, so maybe if we have $11,000 for supplies, maybe that helps move us along, and maybe we go out to the community again and try and raise the money through our nonprofit, through Play, to try to help us raise that money, go out to the service clubs. Again, as a stopgap, that's really what we're talking about. We were able last year to do the college trips. We were able to take get the youth involved in the academy.
We did the fishing and the camping.
Trips,
We did the fishing.
So there was a lot of things we were able to do that
trips,
that we would not be able to do this next year.
Right, and I guess to the point that the mayor was bringing up about what a young city we have, it just, and as right now we're having, there's so many conversations as we're talking about community policing and what that looks like. We know that the best way to prevent crime in communities is by investing in our young people and keeping young people out of trouble. And so as we're talking about keeping pools closed, as we're talking about defunding a youth task force that has been effective, from what I hear, taking students to college tours, taking $37,000 out of such a small program to help balance a budget seems unreasonable to me. I would also like to point out the funding for the library. And so thank you for answering my questions. But as school districts are talking about reopening in August, we know that our library works hand in hand oftentimes with our students. Our library is a place where students can come, do their homework, study, where tutoring takes place, where people are able to use our computers to apply for jobs, careers. And right now, as schools are talking about reopening in the summer, in August, I really worry about what that's going to look like and what kind of support the city is going to offer our young people during that time. A lot of our students, unfortunately, don't have the best learning environment at home. And I believe that our city's unemployment rate is higher than the county of Santa Barbara's. And so as we're talking about how are we going to help people enter back into the workforce, one of the top questions should be is, what is the city's responsibility, or what services, let me rephrase that, what services are we going to provide our residents to support them in that effort. And so by keeping the library closed is a disservice to our young people. It's a disservice to those who are trying to get back in the workforce. Defunding the Mayor's Youth Task Force, which helps students go on to college seminars, college trips, is also a disservice. Again, to see such, I know $37,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but when you look at a budget that originally had 51,000, like the Mayor's Youth Task Force was budgeted at 51, and to see 37,000 of it, that's a large chunk. And so I think what we're seeing as we're hearing demonstrators outside is them wanting to bring our attention to the fact that we are defunding our human infrastructure, as retired Supervisor Janet Wolf would say, that we're not doing enough to invest in our human infrastructure. And so part of that means investing in our young people and supporting some of these services. And again, it's mind-boggling to me that as we're trying to balance the budget and trying to balance the budget because of revenue losses, sales tax losses, we're taking a large chunk of that from the library and recreation and park, and that is unexcusable. That wasn't really a question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some issues with Ms. Waterfield's mention of using the reserve funds. Anytime that, and I applaud the councils of the past for putting this into plan, but anytime we use one-time money for ongoing expenses, it's a tremendous risk. And as Councilwoman Waterfield says, if these other things take place, we should be able to pay it back. Actually, we have to pay it back according to the rules. Not the leaf, but the other one. What is that? That's CAFR? Yeah. According to the way the rules were set up, we do have to pay that back. And the reason that I have so much concern for that is that if things don't go well, and we end up in a situation where we're unable to pay it back, that's the very money that we'll need to go to in order to stay afloat, in order to stay alive, in order to keep paying our bills that are just not able to be deferred, our police, our fire, and these kinds of things. So it's a tremendous risk to use one-time money to finance ongoing expenses. That's one thing. The other is, I don't think, and it's even more evident here tonight, but I don't think anybody in the room for that matter, but any council person wants to see these cuts made. I don't believe for a second that any single council person, even the council people of the past that I can think of, would want to see these cuts made. But somebody's got to do something in order to have the money to run tomorrow. And if we take the budget as we saw it, and believe me, I looked at this budget and I thought, if I could find the magic bullet in here, I'd be a hero. And I couldn't find one. If we take this budget and try to reduce it down to where it's our own budget, and we go out and we say, well, I'll just spend the rent money for August now, betting on the fact that things are going to get better, and if they don't, then the bare truth is I don't have any place to live in August. I'm out of my house. I've spent the money. And we were at a budget meeting here last week, and Jason did some quick figuring, and it's like, did you say 3.6 million a week? $3.6 million a week is about what it takes to turn the light switch on for the city of Santa Maria. 3.6 million. When you're spending $3.6 million a week just to show up in the morning on a 7-day week, it doesn't take very many weeks to chew up $100 million. And while I think that I'm really happy to see that all the council people here, particularly Ms. Waterfield's efforts to look into these other funds and these maintenance, the borrowing, I think it certainly shows that this council as a whole has looked into a lot of different ways to try to finance stuff. I think that everybody that's made a suggestion here tonight should be applauded. And I guess, are we willing to spend the rent for August and wonder, are we going to have a place to live? Are you really willing to do that? Now, we all know that we're not going to move out of the city in August. I realize that. But that's kind of what it amounts to. Is that about right, Mr. Stillwell? I mean, it's a dangerous thing, and I think there has to be a voice of reason here. I'm prepared to go with this council, and we should all do this together. But using one-time money to finance ongoing expenses is a risky situation. And we're not changing things. We're not taking the pool away. Let us not forget that. We're not changing these young people's lives for the rest of their lives. The loss of that pool is for a few more months. It's not the end of the world. And that's my voice of reason. It's not the end of the world. I find it very uncomfortable to say this. I find it very difficult to say it, but there's only so much money to go around, and we have to be very, very careful with how we spend the city's money. It would be great if we can just say, yeah, let's put the pool back into progress. Let's do this and let's do that. But some of the terms that I used in talking to some other people, there is no way we can get through this without everybody getting a little bit of blood on it. It's going to happen. We're all going to be dissatisfied with what we have to do if we make these cuts. There's not a person in this room, not a council person at this dais that is going to be happy about having to make cuts. Probably least of all, Ms. Waterfield and Gloria that have really expressed themselves here. But the reality is, are you willing to spend tomorrow's money today and take that chance that it's going to happen? And it'll be great if we spend it and it works, and you can all turn around and say, see, Mike, it worked. We did it. And I would be happy for that. And I will go with you as a council person. But know that when you make that decision, it's going to be very, very, very risky, and there will be no money in August, or as in my story. And if you can say something different that is going to counter that, man, I'm all ears. But and some of the letters, golly, one lady's son died and learned to swim in that pool, and I've had calls from up in Paso, over in Cuyama, Guadalupe, the county. It's just, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's the most successful letter writing campaign I've seen in my 2 times on the council.
Well, you know what, Mr. Cordero, budgeting 101 is you never spend one-time money for ongoing expenses.
I think,
And that's absolutely right.
Timmy
That's
Nass is
absolutely
ringing
right.
in my ears as I say that, because that was something that he drove. He just, don't spend that money, because it's gone. Once you spend it, it's gone. It doesn't regenerate unless we regenerate it. And those council people of the past were smart to say, okay, go ahead and spend it if you want to, but you got to pay it back. And that was a smart option that they put in there for those of us that are on the council today.
Well, we know the state of California had, what, 21 billion, and now a nice cushion, and now they're, what, 54 billion in debt. You know, it's just, and I said today, what a difference a day makes. Because it did. It just shut down. I was in a teleconference this weekend, and I can't remember the man's name, but this had to do with businesses up in the Silicon Valley, up in the Bay Area. And he said that in the businesses, 1 in 5 had cut personnel, 1 in 5 had cut salaries, and some of those had to do both. So, you know, it's in the private sector also. So, and it hurts. And I think of the person that lost the job and lost the salary, and they also have families and they also have kids. And it's there's really, you know, and 3 out of 10 are thinking of decreasing the office space, and 1 out of 20 are only 1 out of 20 are thinking of even expanding their office. So it's going to be a completely different world when we recover from this virus.
I think it's going to be a completely different world, and it's going to be an ugly trip getting there. There's just no way around it. There is no happy moment here. It's awful. It's awful, but if it needs to be done, somebody has to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to close it, but that's the way it is.
Dr. Moats?
So, just a question. Next year, could we use a CBD grant to rehab the parking lot at the Town Center Mall? Would that qualify for that? Capital gain, you know, the block grants? I mean, you know, why don't we use that as something to do with the block grants next year and take that money that we were going to spend on it this year and reopen the pool as quickly as possible?
And she's right behind you with the answer. Ms. Rojo?
Hi. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. So when we qualify a project, we have to make sure that it meets a national objective. There are 3 national objectives of CDBG. Either it meets, it serves low to moderate income people, low to moderate income areas, and or an emergency type of situation that still has to abide by CDBG regulations. When we look at the parking structure, because the parking structure primarily serves businesses and its clients, not really sure if it would qualify under CDBG. I would probably end up deferring to our HUD rep and seeking his guidance on this situation. So I can't 100% say that it would qualify, because you have to look at the primary use of the facility.
But the parking structure at the library is in this capital improvements. That could be used, couldn't it?
Correct, because the library is open to the public. The
Right.
primary use is for the public.
Yes.
It's not used for government use, and because there's no charge, it doesn't cost you anything to utilize the library. We could talk all week about CDBG regulations. It's very robust. While it does allow you to get creative with the funding, it also comes with a lot of strings attached, a lot of restrictions. For example, the pool. It'll definitely pay to renovate, but it won't pay to operate. So it's unfortunate, but definitely if that's something that is something that you'd like us to look at, we would definitely look at it, but I, at this point, would have to defer to our HUD representative and look at the regulations a little more closely.
Thank you.
It
Ms.
would seem,
Waterfield?
it would seem to serve the public, and it's in a low-income area, and it's, you know, it's not government, it's private, so
Yeah.
you've got everybody downtown that can utilize the entire downtown, park their vehicle there free, and so I think that would be a positive item to look into.
Yes, we would also have to look at, again, the main use of it and what is the benefit to the public. But all things that we could definitely look at, and we could come back in the future and give you an update. I could also do a council notes on it and provide you with additional information.
Okay, thank you.
We also have that Chapel Plaza renovation that is capital projects, community development also.
Yes, and that one initially started off as just, again, it goes back to what's the primary use of it. So initially, it was just going to be a redo of the parking lot. But because the primary use, again, wasn't necessarily benefiting the residents, it was benefiting the area businesses, then the focus was, and then when we started talking about development, residential development in around the area, we started thinking about, well, what can we provide the residents that's a little more open space? And so that's when we created the plaza, which will now be able to serve everyone, and there is an actual purpose for it, which is to provide open space.
Which is perfect for our parking lot, because nobody uses the top tier of that parking lot. And that can be used for community gatherings or whatever. So we can get creative with something like that to use that top tier for some type of community gathering to host whatever, or plenty of parking down below in the bottom two tiers. So I can see that, working as a community.
Some grass on the top and make a park out of it.
I'll be happy to look at, again, I'll be happy to look at the different.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Cordero?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the fact that the city owns that structure have any influence on the decision? Because I think that would, I likewise think that would be a great idea to divert those funds if at all possible, but.
It would be considered a public facility, again, if the primary use is open to the public. For example, if we were to make it a metered parking, or if we were to only restrict it for use of city employees, that would be different. But if it's open and accessible to everyone, it would just, there's a lot of little factors. So we could probably talk more about it later, at a later date. I don't know if it'll change anything when it comes to the budget at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Stillwell, obviously this is bouncing around about the pool and about the library and stuff. And here we are in the middle of a budget. Before I go on, I really want to thank all of the department heads and the kind of work you've put in. This is so important, and you're probably looking at us like CDBG Grants Committee does and saying, what are these crazy people doing up here when we've already decided what we're going to do, and this is the way it should be. And I apologize for that. And I also want to thank our employee groups for what they've done and what they've put through, because then they bring it to the five of us so that we can decide. And I know that you guys have gone through an awful lot so that we can make an informed decision. And having said that, I'm just wondering if we carve out that portion that we want to talk about with the pool and with the library and with the Mayor's Youth Task Force, and figure out how we do this and still stay within this framework of monies that we can go. Because I agree with you, Mr. Cordero. I don't think it's going to do any of us good or the people in Santa Maria to dig ourselves deeper in the hole, because it's going to be hard to crawl out of. How do we do that, Mr. Stillwell?
So at this point, I mean, with the revenue uncertainty, the only option would be reduce other expenditures, offsetting expenditures. And it could be the operating side, it could be those capital projects we've identified, but yeah, that's what we would recommend at this point, is don't expand the budget, because that makes it more uncertain and requires additional reserves. And I think, I'd reiterate, I mean, we do hear the concerns. I agree with Mr. Cordero, none of us think this is ideal, and we are going to closely monitor the economic recovery, and as revenue rebounds, we'll bring that information to the council quickly, and we'll be able to continue to adjust the budget. I think in years past, we've, with the budget just kind of going forward incrementally, we've been able to the council's been able to adopt a 2-year budget and just make a little tweak maybe at the mid-cycle, maybe at the mid-year. And I think what we're saying this time, we'll probably have more than just little tweaks, and we'll have them more frequently than those periods of time. So we'll continue to come forward at least every quarter with the updates on the budget and budget modifications, and more frequently as we see things change. And of course, if things change to the worst, we'll come back as quickly. So that's our thought. Is I know where there's a lot that the council wants to do. If there's ideas you want to prioritize or offsetting cuts you want to look at, then obviously you can do that today. Otherwise, we'll put a short list together and be able to come back when we think that there is revenue available to do those additional priorities.
Madam Mayor?
Ms. Warfield?
Did you have something to say? Okay, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to say something that's going to be very unpopular with everybody. But I think it needs to be said, because this is probably the elephant in the room that nobody wants to say. And when you look at the private sector, and you just indicated people not having their positions, salaries being cut, in my conversations with Mr. Stilwell, he wanted to go 6 months and wait to see what the sales revenues were going to be. And so my question to him was, what if we do a 5% salary decrease across the board for 6 months, so we can get the gap in between the sales tax and our expenditures come closer together? And this is just for a 6-month period. Something to contemplate, because we've got to find solutions. We're stressed out to the breaking point. I get that, but we can't become so tone deaf to the public either that, we're not willing to go that extra mile. I mean, I'm looking at this sign that says Stronger Together. Stronger Together indicates private and public sectors coming together. We've used that word, stronger together, during this whole COVID case, and we're not talking months and months and months, as we did in that last downturn of our economy when we did that decrease in salary. We didn't know when we were going to be able to come back and give those salaries back. But if we do just a partial 6 month, see where those costs, the savings that we get from that. It's another thought too.
Anna, would that apply to all employees of the city of Santa Maria?
The entire
Both
city.
Department heads and hourly workers?
That's what we did last time, the entire. It would apply to city council, planning commission, everything.
City council? So that would work with like hourly employees by simply reducing their hours. Salaried employees, like they have administrative responsibilities and don't count hours, that would just be a reduction in their income. That would be unpopular.
Well, I know it is. That's why I said you're not going to like what I have to say. But you know what? Sometimes being unpopular is the best way to go, especially when our money comes from the private sector, Mike, and you know more than that than anybody. And they've been suffering a hell of a lot lately, to where a lot of them can't even open their business at all. They've gone bankrupt. So, we have to look at the picture as a whole.
Thank you,
Excuse me,
Madam
Ms.
Mayor.
Soto?
Yeah, so that's a good point that Council Member Waterfield brings up. And I know that during my budget discussion meetings with City Manager Mr. Stilwell and our Director of Finance, Mary Harvey, the question that I kept asking is, so I see the pie chart, right? And I'm like, can't we just slice from the biggest chunk of the pie? Like, there has to be a way that we can make this work. And so, but going back to the mall and the mall parking structure, I mean, can't we just charge the mall, since they're the ones that are directly benefiting from having that parking structure there? I mean, because of that parking structure there, they are getting more patrons into those businesses. And so have we had conversations with the mall owners to talk about charging them for the parking?
The short answer is yes, but not recently. And so the longer answer is it's just a bit of a challenge. It was an economic development project that the city had through the urban renewal district to be able to provide public amenities to allow the mall to thrive in the downtown. And with RDAs going away, there's no longer that ability for us to maintain that fiscal partnership. And so we're seeing challenges in maintaining the infrastructure downtown with the mall structures and with the parking lot in Town Center West. And it's been several years since we've looked at doing an overlay district like we have at the Stoll Center, but we are talking to the Town Center West people about an option like that. And the city in the long past, has had paid parking downtown, and that's something the council could consider again at some point. Or, or now, but if you want to direct us to do that. It's not revenue that'll come immediately. We'd need to do the fee study and implement it and to go through the processes to put it in place. So I'm not sure at this point when the revenue would start generating. If you directed us today to do parking at the mall, I would say 6 months to a year, probably.
Yeah, and thank you. I think that it's definitely something that we need to further discuss, what we're going to do with that parking structure and all of the parking structures that we have in the city of Santa Maria that are just empty lots and just, costing a ton of money. So I have a question regarding public safety, if I may. I know that we have school resource officers, and I know that a portion of those salaries or those costs are absorbed by the school district. But right now, since schools have been closed, are we able to save some money there? Or, are we getting money? How is that working? Is the school district still paying for those costs? Or is there ways that we can save money in that arena?
Typically, yes, the schools do pay the school resource officers for the school year. We use them on other assignments, but with this disruption, I'm not sure how it's working during this interim period. I'm just not sure, actually. Chief may know.
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Soto, yes, the schools do. We contract with the school districts for the SROs, the school resource officers, and they pay for their time while they are working in the school. The rest of the time, their time is picked up by the city, and of course they're used when they're not in schools. They're out on patrol, and so both sides benefit. The schools obviously want and need resource officers on campus there, and especially with the advent of active shooter things and whatnot. And of course, we have the DARE programs and things like that as well. So it's a kind of a win-win where the city gets some more resources. They came in very handy here lately, since the schools were closed to augment our patrol resources and whatnot. But it's a shared expense.
Thank you. And going off of Councilmember Waterfield's point about salary cuts, I know that a lot of these, the salaries that we have in place currently, those have been through labor bargaining. And so can you share with us what discussions you've had with the labor groups? Because I hear Councilmember Waterfield's point, but I would be hesitant in cutting salaries from our lowest paid employees when I see that, police managers are getting a 6% increase on a yearly basis, whereas our sworn officers who are on patrols are only getting like a 2% increase. And so what kind of discussions would you be able to have with those groups?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Soto, we've been working to keep the labor groups and all of our employees informed during this shutdown, both on the revenue impacts that the city's facing, as well as making sure that they're safe with the virus risk that we have out in our community. We have not entered into specific negotiations with any labor group about any concessions or changes in MOUs or side letter agreements. We have been discussing with them impacts since the budget has been released. So they are aware of what's in the budget, and we are in conversations with them about that. As far as the broader question of any concessions, we would take our direction from the council. I think the bargaining groups, like everyone throughout the state, whether it's public or private, I mean, we all understand, we all see that there's impacts with this economic downturn that are going to be felt by everyone. And as far as, so we aren't in a position now where we can unilaterally put a 5% reduction on people's hourly pay. But if there's direction the council wants to do to reduce the budget by 5% in the departments, and we'll have additional service level impacts or MTOs we can start working toward. So there are other options. Those are things we've been.
MTOs?
I'm sorry, a mandatory time off. So we start, in the past, as Councilmember Waterfield mentioned, we had, instead of working 40-hour work weeks, we would work 36 or less. And so then we pay our employees for the shorter work week, and then that's how you save the money rather than making it a reduction on the hourly pay. And those are issues that we've been recognizing may need to occur, but at this point, we didn't recommend them because we're hoping that we're able to get through this trough by using the reserves, having the hiring freeze, and working to rebuild our economy. But of course, if the council has other priorities, those are options. And then secondarily, if the economy further declines, we'll come back immediately with the request for MTOs or other ways to reduce labor costs. Mandatory time off or shorter work weeks.
Yes, Ms. Soto?
Thank you, Mr. Stilwell. Switching gears a little bit, I know we've been talking about where we can make up the revenue. I do have some questions about, again, going back to public safety, but specifically around fire. Can Chief Champion, if I may ask you some questions. I see, as I was preparing for tonight's budget discussions, I started thinking about the standards of coverage that we went over late last year. And so can you remind us once again, what were the highlights of, I guess, of the service gaps that we had in the city of Santa Maria? And what were the main recommendations that we received from that?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Soto, and the rest of council. As a matter of perspective, we hired a consultant, third-party group to come in and evaluate the risk that we have in Santa Maria and how that risk compares to the fire department and our ability to address those risks. And so there were a lot of recommendations that came out of that report, one being that of our five fire stations that we have here in the city of Santa Maria, there are some gaps, and we were working on filling one of those gaps through Measure U by adding an additional response unit to the downtown core area of our city. So Fire Station 1 would see an additional response unit there. And so that was an identified need. We were already in the middle of addressing that need, and that was one big part of that report that came out of that.
Thank you. And how many service calls do we receive per year in the department? How many service calls do we get a year?
Yes, we're running about 10,000 calls a year.
And how many of those are medical?
Roughly 60 to 65% are medically related.
And out of all of the stations in the city of Santa Maria, which one's the one that receives the highest number of service calls?
That would be our main station, downtown Fire Station 1.
So the one that was identified in the standards of coverage needing that additional response unit?
Yes, that was where the identified need was. It provided the best coverage when there were multiple calls going on in the city. It provided that immediate reduction in travel time versus if it wasn't there, there would be an added delay from another unit coming from another district.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so I guess as I was reading over the budget, it seems like that's one of the areas that we are looking to reduce costs. One of the ways that we're looking to reduce costs is by not having that additional response unit, which from the standards of coverage that we reviewed late last year stipulates that that's where the highest unmet need is for our fire department here in the city of Santa Maria.
Yes, it wouldn't completely unfund that response unit. It would partially, and so there would be a reduction on that second unit, and basically we would be going back to prior Measure U 2018.
Which, can you share what that looks like? With the reduction of this response unit, or partially reduction or defunding?
Sure. As proposed, in the second year of this budget, we're looking at reducing 2 firefighter positions, full-time firefighter positions. And so that is directly impacting daily minimum staffing. And so just to give perspective, we have 5 fire stations in the city of Santa Maria. At each station on each unit, there are 3 positions, an engineer, captain, and a firefighter. And so for the 3 shifts that we have, 2 of those shifts we would see 1 firefighter less on that response unit. So we can run that unit as a 2-person response unit and have to supplement when they go on an incident. Because of that staffing reduction, we would bring in another unit to go to that same call to assist. Or we could completely unstaff that resource on those 2 shifts and push those 2 remaining firefighters out to other resources.
So that means more travel time between stations, or from stations to calls, if the budget were to get approved as tonight in year 2.
That could be a possibility of one of those options, yes.
And I think if I remember correctly, as we were going over the standards of coverage, there have been incidences where, the city of Santa Maria was left uncovered. And so that's when we had to call in additional units from outside of the city of Santa Maria to help us cover. So I just in thinking back on the standards of coverage, this is an area that's very worrisome. Especially thinking about what it would look like if there were only 2 firefighters in one unit responding to an emergency call, especially if it's a medical call. And hearing that 65% of calls are medical service calls, I mean, what would that look like if I'm having cardiac arrest? And it turns out that it's from that station, Station 1, and only 2 firefighters come out. I mean, what would that look like? It'd be less hands on trying to resuscitate me.
Yeah.
And so that's a really big concern. And so when we're talking about public safety, this is an area that is really worrisome to me in the budget. Thank you so much for answering my question.
Sure.
How many, the service calls are 10,000 per year?
We're running just under 10,000.
10,000 and 65 medical. How many fires per year do you respond to?
We run about 3% of our calls are fire-related.
Actual fire-related. Okay. Thank you.
Don't go.
Mr. Cordero?
Don't go.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think out of, in reading the budget, a couple of major concerns for me are in year 2 of the budget, we're going to cut emergency services, both police and fire, by a number of people. And I have all the same things to say, so now you don't have to listen to them again, that Councilwoman Soto just mentioned. That it kind of bothers me for a couple of reasons. One is, last year we passed Measure U, and the optics of that is for the average citizen to raise their hand and say, wait a minute, we just passed Measure U and you just took somebody away from us? I looked at Measure U as being an augmentation to first responders, not a replacement. And so I think that would be a difficult sell for us. Now, remembering, or I should maybe say forget, remembering what I said earlier about the borrowing the money and having to pay it back, I think 6 months from now, maybe a little more, we'll have a better idea of what the structure of things is going to be, the taxes, the income, the sales tax, what's happening with the car dealerships and things of this nature. I would be more inclined to consider, if we're moving along the lines of what Ms. Waterfield suggested that we could be moving along, that might be a little better time to borrow, or a less of a risk, I guess I should say, than I would perceive the risk to be today. 6 months is a long time, and a lot of things are going to happen between now and the next 6 months. I hope that Councilwoman Etta Waterfield is 100% correct and all of these things come to fruition, because then we get our financial structure back. So if we had to pass this budget right now, I would be object to not seeing the second year go by without it coming back to us again. And Jason has already said that's going to happen, probably more than that, to make sure that there is every single effort to not cut positions in police and fire. I just don't think that is good for us. I also don't. I think it'd be a hard sell to say we just passed Measure U. Where is that? Yes, I'm sure it's more. I'm sure it's less money. COVID did this, that, and the other, but where's it at? And now you're cutting positions. Does that mean that Measure U is taking the place of the general fund? So I don't know. I think we'd have some serious questions to answer, and the optics of that would be difficult for us to sell. Having said that, I could get along with this if we just had a word from our staff saying, we'll be back to discuss this in much more detail to show where, if we have to start moving some things around in the budget in 6 or 8 or 9 months, in order to make sure that these positions are not cut. I find it very distasteful to say, well, we're going to cut this, we don't cut these, but we might cut one from the library or one from Parks and Rec at the pool, for instance, which would also be poor on our part. But I just can't see cutting some of the first responders. That'd be my take.
Thank you. Ms. Soto?
Can I just ask a question? Sure. For the year 2021, there aren't any proposed reductions in service in our first responders. That's correct, isn't it? We're going to maintain the double strength at Fire Station 1, mm-hmm. And these cuts would only come if we had continued financial catastrophe for another year. But nothing's going to happen right away. And these cuts are just possible proposals for something that might happen if things don't get better.
So Councilmember Moats, so the year two reductions that Chief Champion mentioned are planned at this point. They're not adopted, won't happen for sure until, as Councilmember Cordero mentioned, it comes back to council, and the council has the opportunity to update the second year budget, if not sooner, as Councilmember Cordero mentioned. But there are service level reductions in year one. They just aren't layoffs, and we've been able to reduce staff positions through attrition, but there are impacts in all the departments in year one as well, service level impacts.
But we're not furloughing any or laying off any first responders.
No layoffs of
We're
first
just
responders.
doing it by not filling or unfilling positions that are vacant
Yes,
or eliminating vacant positions.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Soto?
Thank you. I know that part of us trying to balance this budget for year one, we're looking at having a hiring freeze, and that includes not hiring fire prevention officers. And so, Chief Champion, can you elaborate a little bit about what your fire prevention team looks like currently and how it's going to look like in July once this budget is approved?
Sure. Our Fire Prevention Bureau consists of a fire marshal, a fire prevention officer, and a fire inspector. We are short one fire prevention officer. That's a position that hasn't been filled for more than a year, and we're continuing to look at keeping that vacant to realize savings there. And of the two fire inspector positions, we only hired one through Measure U, and we're holding the other position, again, to realize the savings.
And how does that affect our fire prevention program not having that third fire prevention officer hired?
The level of service that we're providing is basically being handled by 3 personnel. And so with that, we try to be as responsive as we can to the building community and supporting what's already existing with making sure that everyone is safe and inspections are being done. So we get to them when we can, and we certainly are busy and being as responsive as we can with the resources that we're given.
And so would you say that that it's difficult for the fire prevention team to stay afloat with the workload currently?
So we've identified the mandatory inspections that we have to do, and we focus on those. Some of the other types of inspections may not be done because we just don't have the staff. So we just focus our efforts on the minimum, the mandatory, and then we can try to get to those other needs as we have time.
And how does that impact the community development department as, plans are coming through the pipeline?
Our fire marshal does a very good job in trying to be as responsive as he possibly can. He is the only one really doing plan checks, and so there are the options for us. They're not great, but we could contract those out to other entities to do those plan checks, and so that is something that we're looking at just so we can be responsive, at least not having a project set because of our staffing.
Chief Champion, due to the economic downturn, I assume we're not having nearly as many, the need for plan checks is down because people don't want to build as much. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm not completely up to speed on that, but from my understanding, as building is continuing to move forward at a pretty good rate. But as far as how many new projects are coming in, I'm not sure, but you can see that there are still buildings going up, still construction going on, which is encouraging. And I, again, wholeheartedly agree and hope that some of the comments here tonight come to fruition, that we will see a quick turnaround.
Yeah, my biggest concern is, as we're talking about the standards of coverage and as we're talking about the high volume of service calls that we receive from fire, yes, I know that a large portion of those are medically related, but we have had structural fires here in the city of Santa Maria. We've had some in not that long ago, a couple of weeks back. And so my biggest concern is, again, going back to prevention, right? And how can we ensure that we are not only keeping residents safe, but also ensuring that our firefighters and our first response personnel are safe as well. And so definitely not funding those positions also is really affecting the level of service that we are providing our residents, but also endangering, in a sense, the lives of employees and residents. But then also when we're looking at the business and economic side of it, it could slow projects down. And I know that we've heard of that happening because, our fire marshal and our fire prevention officers the fire prevention team is not fully equipped. My last question, Chief Champion, is since 2010, 2011, what has been the approximate increase in staffing that you have had in your department?
So since 2010, that's prior to the initial Measure U, which when that passed in 2012, that actually helped fund Fire Station 5 on the northeast side of town. It also funds Fire Station 4. That's an existing station, but we added an additional response unit, which was a huge help to the north end of the city. We were experiencing a high call volume there, and so by adding that additional response unit from the initial Measure U was a huge gain and benefit there. And then since then, we've had the renewed Measure U, which added this additional response unit. It provided 2 fire inspector positions, a deputy fire chief. It funds our training battalion chief. So our staffing has increased primarily through Measure U and the support of the public, which thankfully they have said that that's what is important, and we're happy to provide that service to them.
Well, and thank you for answering my question. And I guess the reason why I'm asking that question is because as the city of Santa Maria continues to grow, again, making sure that we're fully funding public safety is a priority. In comparison, and this is straight out of our budget, our proposed budget, and I quote, by comparison, in 2010, 2011, there were 212 full-time public safety-related positions. Since that time, the full-time portion of the public safety department has increased approximately 21.7%. Now, I'm curious, is that just police, or is that a combination of fire and police? Because if we are continuing to fund our police department, which, as we have been, based on population growth, and just to note, on here it says that we've increased it's been an increase of approximately 21.7%, while the population of the city of Santa Maria during that same time period has only increased by 7.8%. And so my question is, how well are we really funding public safety, which also includes fire? And so I don't know if maybe Finance Director Mary Harvey can answer that question, if you can just clarify that part of the budget, if that 21.7% is just police, or does it also include fire?
Councilmember Soto, thank you. It does include both. Public safety includes both fire and police.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Oh, I have another, if nobody else has any more questions. My question is in regards to the way this process, the budget process, has come about. Mr. Stillwell, can you share with us the budget timeline and how we've gotten to this point in time needing to approve the budget either before June 30th?
Thank you, Councilmember Soto. So What we're always doing is hearing the concerns of the council and incorporating them into the budget. So you'll see there's a number of things in the budget, some unfunded, unfortunately, that are issues that the council has asked to have included over the past year. And so that's an ongoing process where we're hearing from the community, hearing with the community meetings, and hearing from the council at council meetings of priorities that we need to include or that folks want to include in the budget. So that's the overall feedback and input into the budget. And as far as the specific process, it begins, early on with us examining our capital and our fleet costs and our internal costs. Then the next step is working with the city council in February on goal setting, what the overall broad goals are for the council. That we then follow up internally with departments updating their department goals to align with those council priorities. And then we build the budget to achieve those departmental goals. And we use the resources we have available to do that. But oftentimes, we may not have the resources, like in this year, we won't have the resources to do as much as we want to do or as much as the community would hope we would be able to do. And this year is a little odd with the COVID pandemic, but generally speaking, we then work with the departments to identify how they are achieving their department priorities, build those into the budget, find the staffing to align with that, and combine it all together, make sure we're balanced, and then present it to the city council in early June, and then to the public for review for 2 weeks, and then come back here at this council meeting for the public hearing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions? You look like you want to ask a question there, Dr. Moats. Or you have a solution?
Oh, solutions are difficult, questions are easy. But I did want to ask Chief Hansen about the purchase of body cameras for the police staff and how you requested that, but it didn't make it into the budget. Not that I'm trying to load anything more into the budget, but I'd just like to hear you talk about it.
Thank you, Dr. Moats. Yes, body cameras are something that I believe are going to be, they are a public expectation at this point, and I think they would be good for us as a department. And so that was one of many things that we included in our budget request. And then the budget goes before a budget committee within the city that rules on those requests at that time. And at this time, it was determined that the money was not available to fulfill that request. I have hopes that given the national dialogue that's going on right now, that there will be probably grant funding forthcoming from the federal government encouraging use of body cameras, and we can apply for that. I think that's a very strong possibility, just kind of reading the tea leaves with what's going on. But it was just decided that that wasn't here at this time. It was tentatively approved for year 3. Of course, this is a 2-year budget, so see what happens at that point. You're welcome.
Ms. Soto?
No, you go right ahead.
Well, I shouldn't promise it's my last question because I asked something and then I think of something else. Going back to the library, thank you, Chief Hansen, for your response. Going back to the library, I know that we received or we will receive emergency COVID-19 federal dollars through HUD or through CDBG. Now, is there any way that we would be able to allocate those funds to help us reopen our library sooner? If COVID, because as we're seeing the restrictions being lifted and other libraries reopening in the state of California.
Yeah, we are, as Councilmember Soto, we are looking at what the COVID-19 or the CDBG CV funding provides. Again, there was further direction, instruction today on what options we have available. It has some of the same requirements that CDBG normally does that Ms. Rojo has described. but it also provides some flexibility for cities to be able to continue to meet community needs of the population that CDBG targets that are impacted by COVID. And so we do think there are different options for us to use that funding. We haven't programmed any at this point, but we will, as we've indicated before, we will bring that back to the City Council for its consideration of how to use those COVID funds from CDBG.
Are those COVID funds going to go through the committee for recommendation?
We had a committee meeting scheduled. We recognized that there was further direction or further guidance from HUD on how to spend those funds. And so we delayed the meeting at this point until we can further develop what options we have to recommend for that funding of the COVID CDBG funding.
Mm-hmm. And then my other question, I know that there's a process, like a process that all businesses and organizations have to go through to reopen at the county level. Where are we in that process, and is there any way that we would be able to expedite that process for the library?
Yeah, we're in the process. Yeah. The library has completed it, as I indicated, for the branches. Mm-hmm. We are going through a process for the main library. I assume Guadalupe is going through a process for the Guadalupe library. And we have certain accommodations we need to make in order to reopen. So the branches are easier, they're smaller buildings and fewer staff, fewer interactions with the public. And so we are working with our risk management, our legal team and personnel, finance, and the building, our facilities group to make sure that we can open the library in a way where we can attest that it'll meet the COVID requirements and the social distancing requirements, still be able to provide our patrons safe access. So we're in the process now. We anticipate we'll be able to do the self-certification very soon on our buildings. And we have some of them that have gone through the self-certification project or process. Some of them are going to be more difficult than others, and some still aren't allowed to be opened.
Okay.
Mr. Morris is here that could tell you how to go through unless you're asleep yet, Mr. Morris, on how people have gone through the whole process of the attestations.
And I want to tag on to Ms. Soto's comment about the process of opening up the library. Why can't we do that for the swimming pool right now? Get the process going to make sure that when we're ready to go, it's not going to take 2.5 months to get everything in line.
So there's two things there. One, so the self-certification, we are working on how we would do that for the swimming pool and all of our facilities. The 2.5 months would be what we actually have to physically do, not the certification. It's what we have to physically do to bring the staff back, train the staff, and make the accommodations in order to reopen. Then it could be less than 2.5 months. What we were saying there, the reason we have that date is our goal is to parallel path it. We know that on day one, you can't hire a bunch of lifeguards on 8 a.m. and open the pool at 8:01, right? We know that can't happen. And
what about utilizing the swim club for their for lifeguards? Because I know they have an MOU with the city that when they use the facilities, they don't require lifeguards, but if you use one of their participants and get them hired, they're already trained into what they're...
Yes, that's the parallel path. So the swim club could be open during that 2.5 months and using their own lifeguards. We're saying that we can't open it to the overall general public until we have the training and the accommodations in place.
Okay.
Mr. Stilwell, do we have to do those attestations for instance, on the basketball courts and on the skate parks, or when we get into phase 4, we can just open them?
Yeah, so we can just open them when we are allowed to. We are doing the attestation on the areas that have group use, so our softball fields, the lawn bowling, other facilities that we rent out, and we're having the groups do the attestations on their own for that because they're the ones out there using the fields, and we want to make sure they understand what the rules are, what the guidance is, and that they're complying with it.
Now, my understanding is that if Guy 1 throws a softball to Guy 2, somewhere in transit, it's supposed to be sanitized? Isn't that what I heard? No, you think I'm kidding. You think I'm kidding.
There's a bird that kind of just dumps on it.
I don't know who thinks up these rules, but I'm sure they spend their evenings thinking, how can I make everyone angry tomorrow? Because when they start writing them down. Anyway.
Yeah.
So do we have any idea when the basketball courts and the skate parks can be opened? Are we just
that's the
4?
next-
We're just waiting for 4? Okay,
Yes,
that's what I thought.
Yeah. And we're happy to take more questions. We also want a public comment we have
Public
waiting
comment.
as well.
Okay. Shall we go to public comment now?
Madam Mayor, the city received dozens of emails and letters asking that the pool and library both be open to the public as soon as possible. Other correspondents asked that funding be pulled from the police department and put into community well-being. 2 requests to ban fireworks were received. The Santa Maria Museum of Flight has requested continued collaboration and funding. There was also opposition to taking funding from both the fire and police departments. All correspondence was forwarded to the city council and posted on the city's website, and it looks like we have 8 people lined up to speak. So our first one would be Michael Ashmore.
Okay.
Am I on?
You are on.
Good evening, Mr. Ashmore.
Thank you for having me. I'll try to be as brief as I can.
Have you been listening to everything that's going on?
Yes, I have.
I couldn't hear.
Educational. In Santa Barbara County right now, there are swim lessons, water polo, which is just really conditioning, swim teams, water aerobics, and adult lap swim. Some of those very things happening at our local YMCA. I questioned the figure earlier of 2.5 months to open the pool. I would defer on the lifeguard thing, but the pool is ready to go without, with the addition of a few chemicals. 2.5 months seems somewhat extreme. The only thing that you can't do right now is rec swim, and we know that rec swim's probably not going to be happening for quite some time. This is a community pool. Swim lessons, rec swim, water polo, swim team, water aerobics, adult lap swim. The pool represents one of the safest places to be during COVID and is just as important to youth development and safety as any other program or service. SMSC is certainly leading the charge, as you saw tonight, and we've made the community aware. But every time you say it's just the team or just the club, you miss the boat. Presently, or at least quite earlier, there were a few hundred people gathered across the street from you under social distancing with everything else going on. 4,200 people have signed a petition, and only you know how many emails and calls have come in. I'd like to talk about a few of the hidden costs and hidden consequences of closing the pool. None of the community stakeholders in the Aquatic Center were ever officially informed what solutions might have been reached had Recreation and Parks approached the stakeholders in a problem-solving manner. As an example, Sign Up Genius is free, or possibly $9.99 a month if your numbers indicate. There's no need for expensive software for a reservation system. Santa Barbara is running it right now using free software. What's the date of the closure? Your budget document indicates April, March, and January. So do we even know what we're voting on? Do we have a solid date? If the pool costs $3,000 a day to run, I got that from the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and we all agree that the pool was closed from January 11th and empty until mid-April, that is a cost savings of around $384,000, and now it's been filled for 2 months and not used. Where did all that money that we say is necessary to run the pool on a daily basis, where did that money go? The Rec and Park budget is being balanced on a slash and burn approach to the pool. The loudest protesters have no choice. Our programs will be bankrupt at best. Aquatics is the only program being 100% shuttered for what will end up being 18 months or more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashford. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next we have Gail McNeely.
Good evening again. I want to tell you a story. My father was hired as a firefighter during the Depression by Elliot Ness. In the envelope there was, you're hired, and in the envelope was a letter, you're laid off for a year. This was during the Depression, much like what we're living through right now. Tonight, I am proposing that Santa Maria lay off all new police and fire hires to provide more money for services for youth and families through rec and parks and other diversion programs like those sponsored by One Community Action, like Fighting Back. These are important. The elephant in the room, Councilwoman Waterfield, is the fact that all the money is going to safety and not enough to youth services. Look at Measure U. Initially, it was 92% to safety and only 4% for youth services and 4% for quality of life. That whole process of getting that voted through was flawed by the fact that your PR firm sold it to people the way they did. Looking at the police and fire overall, in the overall budget, you have like 45% on police. Here's the problem. If you don't do prevention, if you do not do good programs for youth, if you do not build soccer fields, if you do not do youth education programs, art education, if you do not do good gang diversion programs, you're going to need more police. You have set up a paradigm that says, because there's crime, we need more police. But the real problem is you have not done diversion programs and positive programs for our youth to keep them off the streets. So it is your problem that you have created here. And the budget is your problem too, because giving $900,000 tax breaks to auto dealerships to move across Betaravia is not a good deal for the people. You've made so many bad deals. In development, you have so many sweet development deals where you will allow the developers to not pay this and not pay that and not do this just to get a development done. And then you have developments which use all the infrastructure that is going to be on the books for decades. And you haven't provided for that. Even Enos Ranch, think of all that you will be paying for, that we will be paying for. We won't be alive. Our kids will be paying thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars for infrastructure. Your planning system is wrong. But the main thing I want to say tonight is our youth deserve funding. They're the ones. If you don't lay off the police and fire now, they become permanent hires. This is the time to do it. You functioned well before, you will function well again. Cleveland did not burn up because my father was laid off for a year. And this city will not burn up. But it may burn up if you don't help the kids, if you don't help the youth. Cutting the budget, Gloria Soto is 100% right. Look at the small budget to begin with, $51,000 down to $11,000. You should be ashamed as a city council that you have not invested enough in the youth. And I pray that you will, because if you don't, it's on your backs.
Madam Mayor, next we have Beth Sweetwater.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I would just like to concur with many of the questions that Councilman Soto asked. I would like to also concur with this gentleman who just spoke. I find that you are operating in a paradigm which is no longer, actually doesn't even exist. You're trying so hard to maintain the status quo. We will not succeed. You have a lack of imagination. And part of that is that you don't recruit actual citizens. And I'm suggesting that if you don't, then we are going to form, I'm going to form with a bunch of people, a citizens community group. And those are very prevalent in the East Coast. And we are going to start, we're not going to maybe make a parallel government, but we are going to allow citizens to have the proper input. My biggest objection is you get your 3 minutes, you get your 5 minutes, then you lurch onto the agenda and vote on it as though you were kind of inconvenienced when the citizens have engaged. And that has caused people to be alienated, and alienation causes anger and distress. And police, you have to see what's going on in the country. What is defund police? It means do not keep upping police at the cost of everything else. And if you do continue on this route, you don't have to stay in Santa Maria. You can just look around the country to various municipalities. If you don't use your imagination and you don't use your citizens' involvement, you'll have just a disaster. And the other thing is, you can't wait to cut people's, their retirement, but those are the people who then don't have any money to spend anything. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I'm going like, God, I live here, but I don't feel part of here. Do I even want to spend any money here except for the mandatory money? You have to make this a real community, and that's not going to be easy under the current circumstances, which probably will get worse. And I do very much object to, it was Mrs. Waterfield, or I don't know if it's the mayor, that she doesn't believe the experts anymore. Well, if the hospital here collapses, I guess then you could change your mind. That's what I mean. It's a lack of imagination, a lack of seeing beyond a very narrow space. And you're going to cause so much pain and sorrow, and then you'll have nothing. You'll have empty stores. And I don't think you want that. I don't want that, and I doubt that anybody who lives here wants that. And that's going to require you to let your guard down, open up, and see other possibilities. You're going to have to use your imagination. And I say that with total conviction of many, many, many years of experience in education. If you can't use your imagination, then everybody loses. So I'm just going to encourage you from now on to try. I've waited here for almost 3 hours to get to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sweetwater.
Madam Mayor, next we have Matt Cherkop.
Hello?
Good evening.
Hello?
Yes.
Matt.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Matthew Cherkop. I'm the president of the Santa Maria City Firefighters Local 2020 Union and a firefighter with the city. I represent 63 brave women and men in the city fire department. I speak today to express my disappointment in the proposed budget, specifically the measures being taken within the fire department's budget. We recognize that the proposed budget comes in a time of uncertainty. We recognize that as a result of the global pandemic, all of our lives have changed. And we recognize that as a result of these uncertain times, there are many tough decisions that have to be made. Today, the decision to approve the proposed budget is with the City Council, our elected officials who represent the interests of the community. In June of 2012, the voters of the city passed Measure U, a supplemental quarter-cent sales tax, with almost 65% of the voters in favor. 90% of Measure U funding was sold to the community to maintain and enhance public safety, including the fire department. Again, in November of 2018, more than 74% of the voters in Santa Maria passed a 1-cent sales tax, also with the same allocation to support public safety in the fire department. In March of 2019, this City Council identified funding priorities for service enhancements. Money was allocated to these service enhancements when Measure U estimated revenue was projected at $18 million. Identified as a Priority 1 service enhancement for the fire department was Supplemental Fire Response Unit, now known as Engine 1. Identified as a Priority 2 service enhancement was to increase staffing for the Fire Prevention Bureau. Later, Measure U projections were increased to $19.3 million, and post-COVID estimates for Measure U revenue decreased to $17.6 million. $400,000 decrease in projected revenue since initial estimates and service enhancements were identified. The proposed budget before you today immediately targets the Priority 1 and Priority 2 service enhancements that directly affect the community. This will result in potential loss of Engine 1, the new fire response unit, and further affect a habitually underfunded and understaffed prevention bureau that can be a bottleneck for economic development within the city. Amid a global pandemic, this budget proposes to unfund 5 emergency medical worker positions, resulting in layoffs, which are the firefighter positions. Right now, COVID has a grip on the community. Today alone, 33 out of 46 new cases in the county were in Santa Maria. 196 new cases in Santa Maria this last week alone. The community desperately needs its firefighters. In addition to Measure U funding, my members have sought out to identify and acquire grant funding for fire station construction, staffing costs, and many other essential fire department items. We are currently receiving federal grant funding for 9 new firefighter positions, even though Measure U monies were allocated for many of those same positions. The nature of our job is to help the community, and we have taken it upon ourselves to help the city financially. It's times like these that we need help from you. Cuts to the fire department staffing in this budget is the wrong approach. Therefore, I ask you, the City Council, to oppose the budget as proposed, and furthermore, I ask you to oppose staffing cuts to the fire department. Show the community their safety and well-being is your #1 priority. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Matt.
Let's just go on to the next one. The mayor had to step out for a moment. Oh. It's my, for the year.
So our next speaker would be Abraham Melendres.
Good evening, council members. CAUSE works in our community to advocate for solutions that address the root causes of issues, especially those disproportionately affecting disadvantaged community members. A budget is a very important moral document, demonstrating what we see as important priorities while also demonstrating what we think are not. Today, we have the opportunity for our city to address systematic issues in our community. But if the reaction is simply to redirect funding to react to the symptoms of issues rather than the root causes, it can often lead to a huge amount of spending without any long-term results. One of those issues has been community safety in Santa Maria. While the city's approach for many years has been to focus on mostly increasing law enforcement, it has done little to address the root causes that lead to community issues in the first place. In fact, when the city proposed an expansion of the Measure U sales tax, which touted more programs for youth and community members, we at CAUSE were disappointed to see only a small amount allocated for resources for Santa Maria youth and community programs. Today, we are seeing a renewed energy for community members that are rethinking what really are the best ways to address community safety issues and whether our budget is really tackling the root causes. In many cities, funding for programs that work on crisis intervention and prevention are being cut. Programs for mental health, addiction services, hospital budgets, and after-school programs are sidelined as less important, all while a massive amount of money is being dedicated to a single department. In Santa Maria, that is over 42% of the budget that is going to Santa Maria Police Department. Meanwhile, the prevalent response for things like parking issues, homelessness, mental health, and suicide prevention, domestic disputes, and even school discipline, among many other things, has normally been to call in a police officer. With no better way to handle these issues, poverty, addiction, mental health, and more become criminalized. Cities have cornered themselves to rely on using this one tool to deal with a wide variety of very complex issues, and this hasn't worked. To change this, more and more community members are demanding to instead redirect resources into community prevention programs that focus on rehabilitation, mental health, physical well-being, housing for the homelessness, and more programs to help youth families achieve their goals to move the community forward. We strongly urge City Council to reconsider how we are spending our precious funds. We need to invest in our community by providing resources such as social workers, family counselors, low-income housing, homeless resources, restorative justice workers, resources for youth, and more. These are the resources that are the actual proper tools for the thousands of cases that don't require force, but instead compassion and growth. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next we have E. Solario. Elias Solario, are you there?
Hi, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. So yeah, how much time do I got? I'm sorry, I didn't know if I was gonna get called on. I got 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Cool. Okay, so what are we talking about today? We're talking about the budget. Why are we talking about the budget? Because, well, a budget is a show of our values as a city, and so I think what we need to think about moving forward is, do we want to fund the police as much as we are today? Today, we are funding the police with close to 39 million, and Etta Waterfield actually organizes a whole ass organization that donates money to the police for more toys to terror Black and brown neighborhoods with. So what I'm wondering is how can we cover a $4.39 billion budget, according to Santa Maria Times, while we have a $39 million budget with the police. So what I'm wondering is, how can we move towards a world where we're focusing on the people, on the people's safety in new and better ways? So, like we've heard earlier about the pools, about the libraries, I just want to make it very clear that the Santa Maria Youth Abolitionist stands in solidarity with those actions, with the Paul Nelson students, and with anybody that advocated for the library, because we realize that when students have things to do, they have less time to get caught under the law's grip. So we stand in solidarity with them. And we're also wondering, what y'all plan on doing on it. So, and we also just want to let y'all know that we're here to stay. So thank you. I yield my time.
Madam Mayor, next we have Laura Ortega.
Maybe.
Laura, are you there?
Yes, hello?
Hi.
Hi, yes. As Executive Director for Central Coast Literacy Council, as many of you know, our organization is housed in the library. I am calling to speak on behalf of our constituents. Our volunteer tutors utilize the library to conduct tutoring sessions with their learners. And while Central Coast Literacy Council has launched its services remotely in collaboration with library staff, the majority of our tutors and learners, unfortunately, do not have the necessary technology to participate in remote services. I strongly believe that that library and literacy services are essential services and resources for our citizens to help them move forward with their lives during this pandemic. And I just want to express that, again, on behalf of our constituents. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Laura. Next we have Cindy, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am.
You're on.
Okay. Thank you, Santa Maria City Council and Mayor Patino. My name's Cindy Goff, and I've been a native Santa Barbara County resident for a long time, 62 years. I've raised my family here. I've worked at the Santa Maria Healing Rooms for 20 years. And I hope that you would take to heart the thought that many people are not aware that there is a meeting to discuss the defunding of our law enforcement. But there has been many who have been highly organized that are aware. And I'm asking you to consider how defunding our law and order and removing the support of men and women who protect us will not open our streets to more crime, more chaos, and increased death. We know that there's a difficulty with gangs and drug problems here in the city. So how will this improve that with just social workers and counselors? I can't see that, and I hope you really think that through. We must stand as citizens and make reasonable and logical decisions, and it's deeply troubling that there is a radical move in our nation taking advantage of this tragic loss of life to dismantle public safety in our streets. So I urge you to stand with the good, responsible citizens of our city, Santa Maria, and to protect innocent lives with law and order. And I'd like to say that the very idea of defunding our police is disorderly and lawlessness itself. And I think that I'm just asking that you consider not defunding our police. Thank you for hearing me.
Madam Mayor, our last caller this evening is just a phone number here. It's, the last three digits are 204, so caller, if you can hear me, you're welcome to speak.
Thank you, council members, Mayor. My name is Dean Garcia. I'm speaking with concern about the possible closure of the Paul Nelson Aquatic Center. While I understand that it's, the financial burden of the pool is putting a tremendous pressure on the city budget, I feel that the city has not provided more information on how it will arrange public access to other swimming pools over the next several months if it does close. The pool is an important place for the community. It is much more than just a swimming pool. It gives residents the opportunity to participate in exercise, mental well-being, and community involvement. Swimming pools also increase public safety. For example, swim lessons tend to provide a life-saving skill to those who use them. The pool provides the environment that helps the community come together. To close the pool down until spring of 2021 would mean to deprive the residents of Santa Maria of that important community center. During these uncertain times, we need to keep community centers open. I know budget cuts are hard on everyone, but I also believe the community wants to keep the pool open. I believe closing this pool will hurt the community. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
And that concludes our public comment.
That concludes public comment. Thank you. Thank you all for calling in. We really appreciate that. Okay. You gave us the written correspondence, right? Okay, I'll bring this back to council. Any other questions or comments from council? Mr. Cordero?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go back to a little bit of the fire department comments. And if my memory serves me correct, Chief Champion, you spoke of the original Measure U program in 2012. As I recall, at the same time that we at the council level were pursuing the Measure U, there was a SAFER grant written by a member of the fire department. And that grant was received, and didn't we use that grant money to pay for either part of the opening or personnel at Station 5?
Madam Mayor, Council, and Councilmember Cordero, yes, that is correct. About the same time, Measure U 2000. That was quick. I hope I answered your question.
Nothing like being timed out.
Yes, so at that time, when Measure U was going on in 2012, we had applied for a SAFER grant. We did receive that grant and realize the savings of that grant. So that helped us get the firefighters initially brought on board, and then Measure U picked up and sustained that funding going on. And more recently, we also staff applied for another SAFER grant and was awarded. And one of the main reasons why we were awarded that grant, we believe, is that there was an ongoing mechanism to maintain that staff. And so the federal government doesn't want to hand out a grant, bring on firefighters, and then have a city or organization turn right around and lay them off. So they saw that support that we got from our community and was one of the reasons why I believe we were awarded that grant.
Okay. Where, if you know, and maybe somebody else in the room will know more, where do we stand with that grant situation right now? Where are we at in that? Are we standing on solid ground with that grant? Is that grant, and probably more importantly, future grants, in any jeopardy if we're not doing things correctly? Because I know how grants work. I've been in charge of a couple of grants, and you think, oh my gosh, we got people looking over our shoulder every minute of every day as to what we're doing with that grant money. Is that the case with this as well, sir?
There are requirements that the grant has in place, which one of the criteria is that you maintain your funded positions. And so if there are vacancies within the department, we have to actively be pursuing to fill that vacancy. Currently, we have one vacancy, and by definition, we're in violation of the terms of that grant. We have been in communication with our local legislators. We are also getting support from Washington, D.C., in that, given the situation, we're asking for more support in allowing us to be able to function and continue on, given the stipulations of the grant. So we understand that technically we're in violation of that grant, but we're in communications with the federal government in our situation. We're not hiding anything. We're being upfront, and we're actually asking for more support to fully fund those positions, and asking for any additional help that is out there. And we're not the only department in the country that is facing this situation. There are many other departments that find themselves in the same situation.
How much is that grant?
The grant award was $1.6 million over a 3-year period. And so the way that is structured is the first year it's 75% federally funded, the city picks up 25. I believe the following year is also that same 75%, and then year 3 it goes down to I think 35%, and the city picks up the remaining 65, and then after year 3, the city picks up all of it.
Madam Mayor, to build on what Chief
Mr. Stillwell.
Champion said, we're working to not have the council put in a spot where you can't do what you can't do. So as Chief Champion mentioned, we are actively working with FEMA to both modify the requirements of the grant and also see if there's additional matching funds or waiver of the matching funds we're required to have. We're working with Congressman Carbajal. And our goal is, and as Chief Champion said, we're not the only city in this boat. We won't be the only city that was in this boat next time we go to apply for a grant. And so we're working to, as Chief Champion said, being transparent, being honest, being proactive, really with the goal of not getting the city council in a position where you have to do something you're unable to do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, but the clear thing is that if we could make ourselves in compliance with the grant, then that wouldn't be, this would be a non-issue. But we're currently outside of that compliance with that grant agreement, correct?
Yeah, that is correct, but we do have, COVID has prevented us from actually pursuing to bring on firefighters. The mere fact that candidates can't even go out and get a physical agility test to be qualified to apply. The testing, the written test mechanism, that isn't even available to them because of COVID. So there are a lot of hurdles that are currently in place. Even if we wanted to hire and fill that position, we can't do it.
So does the position that you're talking about, does it have to be a brand-new person, that it has to go to the academy and all that, or can it be an additional position of an existing firefighter with certification?
It would need to be somebody that would go through our fire academy like all the other recruits would go through.
Okay, so they have defined the candidate for you, and we can't even put somebody in the academy. There's no academy.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Any
So
questions?
I'm sure there would be a lot of leniency there when it's out of your control in regards to that. I'm playing the devil's advocate tonight. I'm sorry, people. But when you look at $1.6 million for a firefighter, how much are we really saving over a 20-year period when you got retirement and medical and all that kind of stuff? And those are the numbers that are running through my head, but that's just food for thought there. Don't need to respond there, but we've got to look at, we're in a tight budget, so every penny counts here. So I just, if there's no other questions, I think we just need to decide what we're going to do with the options that, everyone had here this evening, and how we direct staff to to go and look at how we can open up the pool, how we can fund the library, and the mayor's youth task force. Those, those are quality of life issues that we have right in front of us, and education that we have right in front of us.
Ms. Soto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you all can see, I brought something with me today. So some of you know that soon after I received the budget proposal, I felt uneasy making a decision or having a budget discussion without hearing from community. And so I was really disappointed at the fact that, us as a city entity, as a government, as an organization, we didn't do enough to get community buy-in or even educate the public on what these cuts mean, not just for these next 2 years, but really for the long haul. And so what I did was I posted the dollar graphic that breaks down our general funds allocations. And I think Mark Vandekamp was the one who created that, so thank you to Mark. It's a great infographic. And so what I did, I shared that on social media, and it was really interesting to hear the responses that people had. And so at that moment, I created a survey, a short 4-question survey asking residents, what city services do they rely on most? What quality of life services are most important to them? And whether or not they would be willing to pay a fee for service to maintain programs and services. And so I am really proud to say that my team and I received over 1,700 survey responses within a week. And so that just shows to me the thirst that our residents have for authentic and transparent engagement. And so, as you can see, I brought with me the results of that survey. And 70% of survey takers were very adamant that community centers were important to them. And community centers included, in parentheses in the survey, library, community centers like Atkinson's, Abel Maldonado. It included our aquatic center, and it also included our library. And so, as you can see here, and mind you, it's only 1,700 survey takers, but still, it's a good snapshot of what are the needs in our community. And so 70% of them said that that's what's most important to them. And then 65% stated that fire and EMT was something that was also really important to them, ensuring that our first responders, and it's true. I mean, I've been on several ride-alongs. The first ones on scene are always our firefighters. And so making sure that our fire department is adequately staffed. And then 46% of survey takers mentioned that youth services and programs are also really important to them. And so after hearing community input and seeing our budget, I think it's really important that we keep in mind the fact that when our budget is reflective of our values and of our priorities. And back in February on Valentine's Day, the 5 of us sat down with our department heads to really talk about what our council priorities would be. And the priorities were, and please correct me if I'm wrong, were youth, housing, and improving the downtown, financial stability. But again, the main priorities, or one of the top priorities, were again young people. And so as we are getting ready to approve, or as we talk about whether or not to approve tonight's budget process or proposed budget, I really want us to consider the fact that we took $37,000 out of the Mayor's Youth Task Force, which was originally allocated, where originally $50-some thousand were allocated to that program in the first place. And so, I mean, I'm not a math person. Jason, what's the percentage of that? So if half. So we literally cut a youth program by half, the smallest part of the budget. And so, I mean, when you look at as I'm looking through that and as I'm hearing residents out here really trying to engage with us, it's really disheartening to see that the budget does not reflect not only the survey participants, but the general public in large, but then also our own council priorities. And so I also want to talk, one other thing that I want to mention, which I already have, is how, I think I mentioned this to Jason and to the mayor, but how fast-paced this process just felt. I mean, mind you, it's my first term and my first time ever approving a budget this magnitude, but we got less than 2 weeks to read a 320-plus budget document that's not only going to dictate this next year, the next 2 years, but well into the future. And so if I had a hard time getting through the budget in its entirety, if I had a hard time coming up with questions and really getting an understanding and a grasp of what this means, I can't imagine how challenging it must have been for our residents. I don't believe there's an excuse for us not to have community workshops, because it is important that we are as transparent as possible as to how these dollars need to be spent, are being spent and utilized. And so, you know, a lot of the public comments that we heard here tonight were really talking about that. You know, why weren't we informed? Why did it take so long? And why weren't we part of the conversation? And so again, I think that the response in surveys really demonstrates, again, the thirst for authentic and transparent civic engagement. And so I propose that we do a community workshop, that we give the recommendations that we have to staff. How can we fund our pool? How can we fund the library? How can we fund the Mayor's Youth Task Force? Have them get creative, talk to our department heads, and then call for a special meeting so that we approve this budget by June 30th. And in that way, community members also feel like they are able to take more time to read the budget and then also get to have a say in it during a community workshop that we could have via Zoom. That's what I have to say.
I'll go. I don't have any problems with that. You know, certainly earlier tonight when somebody was talking and there was specific reference made to one of our council people, I don't want to say Edda's name, and how the council was not thinking out of the box. I couldn't find that more wrong. With the ideas that have come out, particularly with Councilwoman Waterfield and with Councilwoman Soto, the thought processes that are going around to give additional ideas with regard to things we can do with the budget, I think have been a clear demonstration that people are thinking, to use their term, outside of the box. So I appreciate the thought process. I actually had a similar recommendation to that if we needed a special meeting, I was focused a little bit tighter on the projected cuts for the second year of the budget and emergency services. But I see the others as well. And I don't have any problems if they figure out a way to open up the pool and whatnot. If we had to vote today, I think I would vote to close it. But if they can come up with some sort of a magic bullet to keep it open, I'm all for it. I'm open-minded about it. So being ready to schedule an emergency meeting and getting some community input. But I don't have a great deal of hope for when the community input comes in, that we're going to be able to supplement what it costs in the budget process with volunteer help. It's just, just don't think it's going to happen. It's going to be too expensive, and listening to what was said here, we have to keep the rates down within reach of certain people. Even if you put, and with the city attorney here, maybe he can stifle me if I have to be, but even if you put other people in charge of the training over there, in other words, other lifeguards to care for the people, it's still a city facility. And if something happens, I think vicariously we're still going to be liable as a city business. And I don't think that you're never going to be able to not pursue the city legally. So the city is still going to be on the hook. If everything goes fine, we're golden. If something happens, we're a part of that liability. That's not going to change with the volunteer help. So I think volunteer help is going to be a difficult fix, but anything's better than nothing. So I'm in favor of honoring something like that, and I would go for it.
Dr. Moats.
We live in tumultuous times. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to predict what's going to happen in financial year 21-22, which is still over a year away. We don't know what's going to happen to the economy. We don't know if there's going to be a second wave of COVID. We don't know if businesses are going to have to shut down. It's just really difficult to make predictions that far away at this point. So I think we should kind of concentrate on the year 2021. Even that's difficult to predict. I think we've got the budget that allows us to continue working without laying off anyone. It would be my preference if somehow we could get earlier funding for the library and the reopening of the swimming pool without adding additional burden onto our debt, maybe by rearranging other expenses or maybe shifting refurbishment of the parking lot into the pool or the library.
Ms. Waterfield?
Boy, the more we deliberate, the more we try to come up with solutions for the situation that we're in. Measure U is not going to go away. Measure U is going to stay, and it's going to be our hope that our sales tax will come back alive. My opinion, as I look at everything else, is, we do not want to defund the police department at all whatsoever, or public safety, because those are two crucial departments that if you start defunding those two, then we're going to create a heck of a lot more expense in this city that is going to be hard to contain. So that's how I feel about that issue. And that's why I'm just defaulting to something that we can do, as with the 5% decrease of salary across the board for 6 months to help this whole solution come up. Jason had talked to me in regards to that, and I spoke to Mary in regards to that earlier too, and it was just a thought to them. But, we can just look at those numbers to see if those numbers help to where we can maintain the library, we can maintain the community centers and the aquatic centers and the mayor's task force. Because I go back to those are life quality issues that are very, very important. And summer is here. Kids are always going to remember the year 2020 and what has happened to a school year with them. The adults are going to remember that. Everybody that's a human being is always going to remember 2020 and COVID. So I just don't want to make it any worse, but if we can all just be stronger together as we call ourselves in this city and unite and come together, I think this may be a solution.
All of a sudden, everything just shut down. And when the economy isn't running and then we aren't bringing in revenues, we're in a mess. And I said to someone, or several someones, 6 months ago, if someone had told me this was the kind of situation would be, and I would say they're crazy. And we don't know what we're going to be like in 6 months from now, probably not in 3 months from now. We don't have any good choices in front of us when cutting. And I realize it seems like the budget came really, really fast for you. But if you think about Mr. Stillwell and what the department heads had to put together and keep changing, because it kept changing every single day. It was, I've never seen anything like it. It was so fluid. And we just need to suck it up and figure out how we're going to do this, because it's on the five of us how to do this. And we had our priorities put together as a city council and how we wanted to prioritize everything. And then everything goes out the window. We are bound by some of the grants we have. We are bound by labor agreements that we have. And in Measure U, 75% of the people in this that voted said they wanted public safety, and they want the police, and they want the fire. And when the company went out and surveyed the people, and I think they did a great job, they were right on the mark on what the public actually wanted. And when we did the first Measure U, I had suggested one thing that brings everyone together is the levee, because we had a problem. The levee got fixed by the Corps of Engineers, but it didn't really get fixed. So we were in a flood zone, and whether people were going to have to pay insurance, and if they did, that we really need to put all that together, because we were questioned why we even let building go on at the levee. So all of this came together, and I constantly thank the people of Santa Maria for approving Measure U, because right now I just can't imagine what we'd have done without it. I look at the professionalism in our police department. We went, I think it was, 7 or 8 years ago, the city council up here decided that we wanted an audit on our police department. We got 2. And because we wanted to be good, we wanted to be efficient. Without the police department that we had, and I don't know what would have happened with Operation Matador, because the professionalism and people calling our department from all over the United States on how did you do that? And if you can imagine, I can remember knowing it was going to happen and thinking, I hope to God none of our police officers get hurt. This was really scary, and it was a scary time. And for people to think that we could defund and we're going to have social workers out there doing the professional job that these men and women did is absolutely crazy. I think this is really difficult. Someone once told me, and it's probably true, when you have a lot of money, you really have more fighting, because then everyone has their little pet thing that they want to do. I think that we are pretty close in consensus of what we want to do. We put out our priorities back in February, and I'm ready to go on this budget. I suggested years ago, the county used to do, what was it, Jason? Monday and Wednesday, they would take departments and they would meet the entire day and go through everything. And then on Friday, they would come back and decide on what they were going to go through, on what they were going to vote on. And that's when everyone would come in and throw in their pet projects at the last minute and want approved. Unless you have someone practically leading your hand through some of this stuff, it's hard to understand. And I really want to thank Mary, because she knows how often I've called her to talk to her about different things in the budget and expressing how my frustration, how she's not giving me the answers I want. But this is just a difficult time, and but people are hurting all over going through this COVID. And it's just crazy, crazy times. But I think the kids in our community are important. We have a large amount of youth in our community. We know that. We've tried everything to keeping our parks open and just educating people when they weren't social distancing because we've been told we need to do that. And, I think the pool is important. I think the library is important. The library people aren't noisy people, so they're not going to get out and protest and have signs and stuff. So they're not a noisy bunch. I feel almost self-invested when I say I really want more money into my task force with these kids because we do a lot of great things. And for Mr. McNeely to say that I don't include the kids is a damn lie, because I go to the schools, I go on the campuses, and sometimes twice a month, and I meet with these kids, and they run the show, not me. So I'm ready to go. I would like adjustments, but I don't want it. I want it to come out of capital projects, something that we can push off. And Ms. Soto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like, again, we are in agreement that we want to see ways in which we can reopen our library sooner if we are able to. And then also, I've been hearing a lot of talks about the pool, but again, just going back to public safety, fire prevention is so crucial. It's crucial to the well-being of our firefighters. It's crucial to the well-being of our residents. It's crucial to business development. And so I'm not okay with the way the budget is written now, currently as it stands, not just because of the cuts that are made to young people, not just because of the cuts that are made to education, such as the library, to recreation, but then also to the cuts made to public safety. And so those are my biggest concerns. And again, I feel like, after the fruitful discussion that we had here today, it'd be great to see what staff can put together with all of the great ideas that were brought up during tonight's discussion, and see if maybe they can find a way to incorporate those ideas or give us find other ways to fund these programs, and then we can reconvene for an emergency meeting. So I would like to motion that, Madam Mayor.
I think every department is hurting. It's not just the fire department, Ms. Soto. Every department is hurting. And I don't want to even focus in on a department, though everything that we're talking about, the library is separate, but the pool and the task force is under Parks and Rec. And of course, Parks and Rec has the most impact in our community because they have the parks and the recreation that bring the kids in. But all the rest of the departments have had to cut back probably around 5%. Isn't that right, Mr. Stillwell? And I think they're all hurting. I think that we can look at some of these others in 4 months, 6 months. I don't know what the magic time would be, but when we see things looking up.
Madam,
Yes, we expect to get our sales tax report relatively soon, in a month or so, and then we'll analyze that. We'll keep the council very closely apprised, schedule a meeting for the revenue update, so the council is able to understand how that is evolving. And we could make budget adjustments at either 3 months or 6 months, as you suggest.
And Madam Mayor, I would agree with what you just spoke about in regards to we need to focus on the other ones and look at, the department, fire department later on down the road.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Cordero.
If I may, did I hear you say that you're ready to approve this budget with those adjustments?
With adjustments.
With adjustment recommendations, as opposed to another meeting with the public input? I just want to make sure that's what I heard from you, because that's
Yes.
my interpretation.
Yes.
Let's approve this
Okay.
with
the
these
adjustments.
recommendations of finding a way to to
Using capital project
pull
money.
The library
library
and the task
and the
force.
task force.
Yes. Second.
No, I didn't, no. I'm sorry, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so if I may, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Cordero, thank you, Madam Mayor, for making that recommendation, and I am in full support of that, but I'm not willing to vote on that budget until I see how those recommendations actually play out in the budget and with the numbers. So I would much rather give those recommendations to staff, have them work their magic, if there's magic to be worked, sorry, Mary and Jason, and everybody here tonight, and then have us reconvene for a special meeting, just to have an exact look of what that budget looks like. I feel really uncomfortable voting on a budget without really knowing what how those recommendations are going to be inputted into the budget. And again, this isn't a 1 year, a 2 year. This is going to impact us, well into the future. And it's interesting because I'm too very optimistic. I mean, I've heard a lot of you say, well, maybe the economy will turn up. And you know what? I feel like rather than having a doomsday budget, I would really like to see that optimism somehow reflected at least in year 2 of the budget. Because, I mean, hey, the Trump administration is saying that we're having a great economic outlook. And, why not see that portrayed in the budget?
Well, I feel very optimistic, but I think at the same time, we have a finite amount of money. And I don't want to go into any more of our reserves. And I hopefully, after we get through this, we really contain our spending and get those reserves set aside in our LEAF fund. This is the worst it's ever been. And we had a LEAF fund of over $11 million, almost $12 million. And this is really, really frightening.
Right. And I agree with you, Madam Mayor, and that's why, again, I want to motion that we give those recommendations, the recommendations that we gave that we talked about today, that we send those back to staff, have staff work their magic, and then we call for a special meeting to adopt the budget, because again, I don't feel comfortable adopting a budget with recommendations without really looking at the final numbers. And so that is my motion, that we postpone this budget approval for another week or so, because I know that we're on a tight deadline.
Do we have a motion on the floor already?
She made a motion.
I mean, okay. So it's just her motion?
It's just
not
her
the
motion.
issue that you're
No.
saying.
I'm not interested in doing any other departments at this time. I think it's premature. I think we see if we can get capital, some money out of capital projects for the pool, the library, and the mayor's youth task force. But I'm not
Okay.
interested in doing departments at all, because that, to me, is set. And not just set in stone, but we can look at that in 4 months.
In the interest of moving forward, I'll second her motion.
Mayor doesn't have a motion. I didn't have a motion.
So again, my motion is to give the recommendations, the ideas that we brainstormed here, send those back to staff, have staff look at how they can incorporate those recommendations to the budget without further exhausting our reserves, and seeing what those how our budget would look like with those recommendations in place, and then vote on the budget.
You have to understand, when you're talking about a department, you're not talking about I'm basically talking about one-time money. When you're talking about departments, you're not going to be talking about one-time money. I don't know how that's going to even fit.
So that I understand your point, Madam Mayor, but I believe that we've all given recommendations, and I believe that what I've been hearing here tonight is to approve the budget and then just give those recommendations to staff. But I don't believe it would be right for us to vote on a budget without seeing those recommendations actually played out in numbers within the budget, and voting on it without having that clear outlook in place.
Well, actually, we could just go ahead, Dr. Moats.
Oh, I'd like to just say that budgets they're just a guide. There's nothing set in stone here.
Yeah.
There's no absolute rights. I mean, we're not going to find answers to the questions in the next week. We just have to have a guidepost, something to lead us and see how things fall out. So I would be fine with accepting this budget with the caveat, as you say, that we could see if there's any way, without straining the budget, that we could advance the pool, the library, and the mayor's task force.
That I would agree to.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Would we be able to do roll call and then go back and see if there's another motion? It's not withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Moats?
Which motion are we voting on?
It's on,
Your motion.
yes.
Why am I being called first?
Actually, it should be Gloria first.
Actually, it should be Gloria first.
Okay.
Are you calling on me? No.
Who seconded
Okay.
her then?
Vote said no. Go ahead.
All right, so Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
He said no.
No. Councilmember Waterfield? Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
And Madam Mayor Patino?
No.
And Madam Mayor, so
Yes. Mr. Stillwell?
So we're not that far apart, 558,000 or so. Is what you're talking about out of the $217 million budget. So, and that's, even if we were to open the library and pool as soon as we can, that won't be able to, it won't occur in 2 weeks on July 1st. We need to have the staffing, we need to get the self-certification. We could do it as quickly as we can. And that 558,000 could come out of the general capital, and we're proposing 1.6 million in general fund capital this year, and so we're still able to make progress on our general capital, and we'd have some more deferred maintenance in the general fund for capital, but be able to open the library and pool as soon as we could, and fund the mayor's task force.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, say that again, Mr. Stillwell?
So the motion that reallocation from the general fund capital for those three items.
So move, Madam Mayor. I make that motion.
Recognizing that COVID may not allow us to open a meeting.
And those three
Yeah.
items, can you repeat them? I'm sorry.
Well, and mayor's task force.
I make that motion.
I second it.
Okay, motion is made and second. Any more conversation on this? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Waterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Moats?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
No.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Madam Mayor Patino?
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Again, I want to thank all of you masked individuals sitting out there patiently in the audience for all the hard work you've put into this.
Sure.
Did she ask next? Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
we're not done yet, though, right?
No, don't close shop yet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for deliberating the budget. So the next meeting of the City Council is July 7th. One issue we want to bring to your attention, let me explain a bit, is we had received notice of an outbreak at the Country Oaks Care Center in Santa Maria over north of East Main, behind the Vons. And so we've asked the county public health department to come to the council meeting on July 7th for the COVID update. Our concern is that there are 5 deaths related to the ongoing COVID outbreak at Country Oaks Care Center in Santa Maria. There are currently 25 residents and 14 staff members that have tested positive and have been reported to public health. The initial cases were reported on May 31st. And we've been working with our public safety to be able to assist them as we can, but it's obviously a big concern that we have to have a hotspot here in Santa Maria and want to be able to understand both what we can do to mitigate that and what that means for our safety in our community. So we'll have Public Health come to the July 7th meeting. And also on July 7th, we hope to reopen this chamber. And again, we'll go through the self-certification process, make sure we can reopen it safely, and recognize our hometown heroes as a proclamation, and recognize Lucy Perez, who is a recent graduate of the Listos program, who recently became a citizen of the U.S. and has done great work, and we want to highlight her work as well. Also, I think the mayor mentioned that we are entering into stage 3, or we're in stage 3. And so the stage 3 health order has narrowed it down to what businesses can't be open. So we're getting closer. Basically, all businesses to some extent are able to be open now, except for a list of 27. And those do include playgrounds, live performance venues, music events, music venues, nail salons, nightclubs. So the type of facilities that have close contact and where social distancing is very difficult. But we are receiving daily self-certification updates from the county, notifying us of which of our businesses have self-certified to reopen, and we're happy to recognize that there is a continuing stream of the businesses of all type that are reopening. The malls reopen. We've seen Boomers and the pad reopen, so our active centers are reopening to allow families and the youth to be able to engage and get out of the house and have some amusement. The movie theaters are reopening, and many of the restaurants and bars have reopened. So we're happy to see that progress as well. And as Mr. Morris from the Chambers mentioned to you in the past as well, we follow up with those businesses and highlight that they are open and work to see if there's any assistance we can provide them in helping them through this process, which is complicated for everyone, or helping them with any marketing or other assistance we can provide. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from reports from council members. Dr. Moats, you want to start? Dr. Moats, can you speak into your microphone so we can record you?
I basically have no report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you,
It
Dr.
sounded
Moats.
good, though.
I'm going to miss him.
Oh, he goes from tooting our city manager to no report. I love it. Madam Mayor, I do not have a report to make.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Soto.
Yes. On Friday, June 5th, I attended the Housing and Community Development Policy Committee meeting for League of Cities, and I have to say that we had great discussions around, housing policies at the state level, and also on a ballot initiative called Schools and Communities First. And the committee voted in support of that, in favor of that ballot initiative. And so tomorrow we will be having another committee meeting because we didn't get to go through all of our agenda items. And so I'm going to have to figure out a way to do both the airport district meeting tomorrow and the League of Cities meeting tomorrow. But
Well, on those housing meetings, are you guys discussing the bills that are in Sacramento now, or what are you discussing in those?
Yes, the bills, and so it's really interesting the way that they hold their meetings. So right now it's all via Zoom, and so the process is quite fast. You have 5 minutes for the opposing side, you hear 5 minutes from the opposing side, 5 minutes from those who are supporting the initiatives. or the ballot initiatives, and right after that, we go into discussion, and if there's a motion and a second, then you go straight into voting, and it's really an interesting process. I've learned a lot. But yes, like Roy, you've talked about tenant rights. There's been talks about like rent control. There's been talks about how we can increase housing development, affordable housing development at a faster pace. And so these are all very interesting discussions that we are having at this point in time at the League of Cities.
Thank you. Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the 7th, right after the last council meeting, I did the Ben Hayes Show. It's always kind of interesting, and everyone should get an opportunity to do that. On the 8th, I had the budget review, and I likewise would compliment Mary for her putting together this document. I've read these in the past, and sometimes it's very difficult to read them because we don't understand some of the acronyms and whatnot. And it's been very, very easy to read this year's budget. On the 10th, I went for my wife and I went for my COVID test over at the fairgrounds, which was a brief experience, and it was mildly uncomfortable. And by Saturday, the results came back negative for both of us. And
Were you having symptoms?
No.
Oh,
I just
okay,
went.
well, that's why they were negative. Okay.
I just went. And then today, I don't know how many people saw it, but President Trump signed the emergency or the presidential order to look at changes in law enforcement. And although I didn't get to see it all, I didn't get to hear everything he did. But I want to think that a good part of what the president signed was following after the Santa Maria Police Department. Like he called up over here and said, what are you guys doing? I know that didn't happen, but I'm very happy that even though I've been out of it for so long, I too have been on a couple of ride-alongs over the years. But I've been out of it so long that I don't know the answers any longer, but it's nice to know that we're already in line with what the federal government is proposing at the local level. And that's all I have.
Oh, thank you. Before I forget, we're still in the masks. The public health has said until when was it? The end of this month or? And that's what I thought. Okay. So, what? Unless renewed. Okay. So by Friday, they will do another public health thing at 4:30? Because they've been missing some of the public health press conferences at 4:30. They haven't been doing them, I guess. So I didn't know if we have another one this Friday, and if they do, then we would be off. Okay. On June 3rd, I attended, that's when I attended the webinar with the COVID-19 Roundtable for Parks and Rec throughout the state of California. And then later that day, I did the Monterey Bay Community Power Policy Board meeting, a teleconference. On June 4th, I did the Econ Alliance Resiliency webinar with the Small Business Resources with California State Treasurer Fiona Ma. I did the legislative briefing call on the COVID-19. That evening, I spoke at the NAACP Social Justice Solidarity March out here, and I certainly want to thank LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt and Councilmember Soto was there also to speak. June 5th, did the Rick Blaymeyer show. Met with via conference with Assemblyman Cunningham and did the CFR state and local officials webinar assessing public health risks. On June 8th, I did the REACH call with the weekly leaders, COVID-19, everything is COVID, call. June 10th, did the North County Subregional meeting, remote. On the 12th, I did Assemblyman Cunningham briefing call. And he, you know, I haven't really worked closely with him until now, and we're meeting all the time. But he really does a great job of being our representative and really getting out there, and isn't just stuck in the COVID thing, is doing other things, especially with domestic violence and trying to get that pushed through. June 13th, I was on a housing on density with Livable California, and that was a Zoom meeting. On June 15th, I did again the REACH Weekly Leaders Town Hall teleconference, and this morning I did the Ben Hayes radio show. And so you'll have to do. And no other business for this council. And again, I want to thank all of you department heads very much. This meeting is adjourned.